Hi, folks. I'd just like to let you know we're working a couple of technical problems, so there's a little bit of a delay. We'll get us started as soon as we can. We appreciate your patience. All right, thank you. I guess we're ready to start. Just mention here we got double authentication software this afternoon, so we're having a little bit of a learning curve, so thanks for bearing with us. We now, in order to use our laptop, we also need our cell phones, so the world is just getting better and better. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the Manitou Springs City Council for April 5th, 2022. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Would the city clerk please call the roll?
City Council members Judith Chandler. Present. Julie Wolf.
Here.
And just for the record, she is joining us on our teleconferencing equipment. Natalie Johnson. Here. Nancy Fortune. Present. Michelle Weatherholt.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem John Cheda. Here. And Mayor John Graham.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, first item is approval of the agenda. Council, you've all had a chance to look at the agenda. I would entertain a motion to approve.
I move to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion is seconded by Councilor Fortune. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Are we voting?
Okay, oops, I guess we need, we can vote on the keypad here. Did you want to, sorry, this is the new technology we're getting used to.
Okay, there.
Okay, so all in favor say aye by pressing the green button.
Aye.
Okay.
We have a 7-0 vote in favor.
Good, well, okay, that's great, thank you. Okay, so the motion, or the agenda is approved. Next item is public comment on non-agenda items. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to speak to an item that's not included on tonight's agenda, this would be the time to do it. Would you come forward, please? And we ask that you give us your name and address, and if you can keep remarks to 3 minutes or less, that would be great. And we typically do not respond to comments made, but you've given your information to Judy, so we do have your contact information.
Farley McDonough, 621 Columbia Road, 80904. I felt it necessary to come up here and speak today because last week, or during the council work session previously, I was unable to do so, and I would like to speak on behalf of the Chamber and the businesses of Manitou Springs. City Council, thank you for your opportunity to speak on behalf of the business community with regard to the summer's parking plan and fee schedule put forth by the city staff. I am currently president of the Manitou Springs Chamber of Commerce. I have read the parking recommendation report, and I have listened and attended the work session I have heard a lot of numbers, a lot of percentages and statistics and references to a parking expert. And as someone who relies heavily on numbers and percentages to operate her business, I appreciate that set of data as a way to inform decisions, to a point. What I have not heard clearly from the members of council, members of the MAPS board, and city staff regarding the topic of parking and fee schedules is a true deference to people, the people who work in this city, own businesses in this city, and yes, the visitors to this city. Half of the business owners in this town are also residents. Another chunk of business owners are not residents, but are heavily invested community members such as me and our chamber director, Leslie Lewis. All of us, resident business owners and non-resident business owners alike, feel left out of this conversation. A member of the MAPS board said on record that the businesses were not a priority. It has been said that we don't care about the parks or the residents or pollution or the environment or the trees. I could go on, all because we own businesses and our needs don't always align. But we do care about those things. That being said, we are also financially invested in Manitou Springs and its future, often to our own detriment. We put every part of our lives at risk to own our small businesses, including our health, our relationships, and our financial stability. We are not getting rich, we are getting by. Even if we have a good day or a good month or a good summer, it is guaranteed to be fleeting. If or when we fail, it is a deck of cards. We risk foreclosure, losing our homes. We are the personal guarantors on every loan and to each purveyor related to our business. When we lose, it displaces our employees and all of the small contractors we use to maintain our ventures, and the effects ripple to other businesses and the school district and the tax base. Last year, the retail sector had a good summer, but that does not equate to a recovery. The restaurant sector has tanked. The lodging sector is a wild card. Every sector is struggling to find employees and retain them. Every sector is dealing with serious and detrimental supply chain issues and inflation. We don't sleep at night. We are scared and we feel uncertain, and we look to the city for support. And instead, we are not even part of the conversation. The MAPS board doesn't regard us as valuable. No one came to the chamber board to discuss this parking plan, and city council hasn't asked for any solid, real input. We ask that you reconsider launching this plan until you have had thoughtful and engaged conversations with the people who live, work, and own small businesses in this city. The current plan adds another layer of stress and uncertainty when we are trying to recover and in some cases survive. We need employee parking to be vetted and addressed holistically and with true consideration. We need council to stop using language that is divisive and hurtful when discussing our business community members and the events hosted by our chamber. And we want you to start regarding us as part of the solution. Please give us a moment to breathe, give us a summer to actualize a real recovery, and take the time to hear our story. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who'd like to speak to a non-agenda item? And Judy, was that the only speaker that you know of? Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, next item is the consent calendar. And tonight we have 5 items on it. First is approval of the March 15th, 2022 City Council regular meeting minutes. Second, contract with Monarch for El Monte Drainage and Sidewalk Project. 3, reappointment of Douglas Edmondson as a regular member to the Historic Preservation Commission. 4, a contract with JR Engineering for loan application and design development for Midland Avenue. 5, resolution number 0722, a resolution updating staff members as liaison to the Regional Agency Pikes Peak Area Council Government's Transportation Advisory Committee. So with that, Council, if there are no objections, I'd ask for a motion to approve and accept.
I move we approve it.
Second.
Motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Oops, sorry, I guess habits are hard to change, sorry. Okay. Go ahead and please vote.
Julie, I heard an aye. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
7-0 in favor.
Great, thank you, and the consent calendar is approved. Okay, next item is a presentation. This is a Child Abuse Prevention Month. We have a proclamation with that. We have, I believe, a couple of representatives from the county, April and Stacy, so if you ladies would like to come forward now. And you'll need to press the button. You'll see that the green light comes on, and you'll need to be about three inches close to the microphone. It's pretty sensitive.
Okay. Thank you all so much for letting us join you this evening in recognizing this month as Child Abuse Prevention Month. It's such a critical issue for our county. I'm Stacy Quiddick, and I'm the Executive Director of the Department of Human Services for El Paso County. And we'll just take a couple of minutes to, we would like to first thank all of our community partners that help us in this effort. We can't do this alone. It takes the entire community. And we appreciate our professional partners, law enforcement, nonprofits, and also our community members. Everybody has a role in this, and we so appreciate it. We would just like to take a minute to let everybody know, if they are concerned about a child, that anybody can make a phone call to make a report, and that phone number, the statewide hotline, is 1-844-CO4, the number 4, KIDS. 1-844-CO4-KIDS. We brought some pinwheels this evening. Pinwheels are the national symbol for child abuse prevention, so we brought some pinwheels to share. And we also have some resource cards up there. And then I would like to hand it over to April Jenkins, who is one of our Children, Youth, and Family Services intake managers.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to be here to celebrate this month. I want to emphasize that anyone can call the hotline when concerned about child abuse and neglect. Caseworkers in our county put an incredible amount of effort and skill into helping the families in our community. However, we do depend on reports to know when a family may need to be connected to supports. During the pandemic, we experienced a decrease in calls, and numbers are still lower than they were in 2019. In all of 2021, we received 20,873 hotline calls, and not every call, though, becomes a case. But every call has the potential to make a difference in a child and family's life. There are other ways to prevent child abuse and neglect that are all part of building a stronger community. My hope is that we can all find ways to help families or caregivers you may see struggling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a proclamation. Councilor Johnson has volunteered to read that, so Natalie?
City of Manitou Springs Proclamation Number 0222, Proclamation to recognize Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas finding solutions for child abuse and neglect, a serious problem affecting every segment of our community, requires input and action from everyone, because the well-being of our children today will shape the future of Colorado and our community. And whereas childhood trauma can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects that have lasting consequences for victims of abuse and neglect. And whereas all parents and caregivers need support sometimes, and supporting all children and families early is far less costly to society and individuals than healing from trauma. And whereas community leaders, policymakers, and elected officials play an a unique role in building a community for kids by understanding the programs and policies that support child maltreatment prevention, listening to parents' needs, and examining community planning through this lens to build healthy communities. And whereas effective prevention efforts succeed because of partnerships created among human service agencies, public health, the district attorney's office, schools, faith and civic organizations, the medical community, law enforcement and first responder agencies, the business community, nonprofits, and concerned citizens. And whereas everyone plays a role in preventing child abuse and neglect, helping to build thriving communities so that families and children may also thrive. Now, therefore, the Manitou Springs City Council of Colorado hereby proclaims April as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Manitou Springs, Colorado. No matter where you live, everyone has the power to contribute toward a brighter tomorrow for all children. Adopted the 5th day of April, 2022 at City of Manitou Springs, Colorado.
Thank you, Natalie. Ladies, thank you, and you'll receive a copy of the proclamation. Thanks very much. Okay, the next item is, it's a hearing, item H1. It's a second reading and public hearing of ordinance number 0522, an ordinance of the City of Manitou Springs, Colorado, amending section 17.04.040D of the Manitou Springs Municipal Code concerning designation of historic preservation districts. Thank you. And Denise, are we going to hear from planning on this, or?
I'd be happy to address it, Mayor.
Oh, great, thanks.
Yeah, we discussed this at your last meeting, and basically the revision that we're proposing is eliminating the work session in between a Historic Preservation Commission recommendation and the City Council actual meeting to determine whether or not to add property, remove property from the boundaries of the historic district, because it's really not compatible with the concept of a quasi-judicial hearing, where you're supposed to hear everything in the public meeting at a public hearing versus having like a side work session, which is just really not what you do for quasi-judicial decisions. So that's why we're recommending it be removed.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
You're welcome.
Council, any questions for Mr. Parker before we go into the public comment section? Okay, hearing none, I will go ahead and open the public comment section. Anyone who in the public who would like to speak to this is welcome to do so at this time. Do we have anyone who's interested? It's not a very controversial piece of work, so I'm not surprised. Okay, apparently no one, so I will close the public comment with the possibility of opening again if necessary. Council, any discussion? Looks like maybe we're ready for a motion.
I'll go ahead and move passage of ordinance number 0522 on second reading, an ordinance of the City of Manitou Springs, Colorado, amending section 17.04.040, section D of the Manitou Springs Municipal Code concerning designation of historic preservation districts.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Fortune. Any further discussion? If not, let's go ahead and vote. And Julie, we're voting, so if you could vote, that would be good.
I approve, Judy.
Great, thank you.
And we have a 7-0 vote in favor.
Great, thank you. Motion passes. All right, next item. It's a major conditional use permit, 2201, major conditional use permit for mobile food vending, 514 El Paso Boulevard. Len Ediger Harwell, applicant, on behalf of Donald Godey, owner. And we'll first hear from the city's planning department, Dylan Becker. Dylan?
Good evening, councilors. I know it's a pretty stacked agenda tonight, so I'll try to be brief with my presentation. Tonight I'm presenting a request for a major conditional use permit. The applicant is requesting this to allow the continued operation of the Tava food truck in the Sunwater Spa parking lot. The original major conditional use permit that was approved in 2020 to temporarily allow the Tava food truck to operate during the pandemic was basically, it was approved under a temporary status to be revisited once the state health department allowed 100% occupancy in buildings once again. At the time of the temporary approval, it was determined that a revised parking variance for the Sunwater Spa was not required, but when the request was revisited following the state's lifted restrictions, that a revised parking variance would be required. This request by the applicant seeks approval of the food truck to continue operations at the Sunwater Spa. So in 2020, as I mentioned, the Tava food truck was approved under the temporary major conditional use permit. That is being revisited tonight for a more permanent approval. At the March 9th meeting last month, the Planning Commission did approve a revised parking variance request associated with this current major conditional use permit request, and they have forwarded a recommendation to you all for approval tonight. So the application proposes a reconfiguration of the on-site parking area to accommodate the food truck in a new location than it is currently, to accommodate the existing pergola, which serves as an outdoor eating space, and to allow the creation of an on-site ADA parking space and turnaround area in the on-site parking for the Sunwater Spa. The Sunwater property itself is zoned downtown and is being operated as a spa. The area proposed for relocation of the food truck does impact the on-site parking capacity approved under the previous variances. And under this proposal, the truck would be placed along the east side of the building and north of the existing pergola. The proposed truck location will provide for safer vehicular and pedestrian movements than the current configuration by relocating the area in which the customers would line up, wait, order food, and dine under the existing pergola rather than the center of the existing parking lot where they have to cross the existing parking lot to get between the food truck and the pergola. The staff does recommend installation of some visual barriers to establish a boundary for the drivers utilizing the proposed ADA space and vehicular movements and the food truck customers. So placing the truck on this property will allow it to benefit from being adjacent to the highest visitor activity in the area with the Hiawatha parking lot, as well as provide an amenity to people waiting for a bus or visiting and returning from the downtown area or the incline, as well as just the regular patrons of the spa itself. So the code lays out the general purpose and general intent of the code regarding major conditional use permits. That is provided 18.04.050 is the purpose, 18.04.080 is the general intent. Staff notes the proposed location for the food truck reduces the only dedicated on-site parking on the Sunwater property, which was approved under the 2015 variance that required a minimum of 5 on-site spaces to be maintained. However, staff feels the proposed new location benefits the spa businesses and will be safer for the public in regard to vehicular movements in the Sunwater lot than the current configuration for the food truck. So next, staff found that the request is compatible with the Plan Manitou policies as far as economic development and tourism, as well as land use, and that is provided in the slide. So the code states that conditional uses shall not be allowed where such a use would create a nuisance, traffic congestion, a threat to the public health, safety, or welfare of the community, or a violation of any provision of the design guidelines of the city, city code, state law, rule, or regulation promulgated pursuant thereto. Staff did have mild concerns regarding the safety of pedestrians and vehicle movements in the Sunwater parking lot under the existing configuration, and feels that the proposed location is an improvement to the safety and pedestrians and patrons of the spa as well as the food truck, because the new configuration basically allows customers to line up, order, wait for their food, and dine under the existing pergola without having to cross any drive aisles or come into contact really with the vehicles entering the parking lot. Under the current configuration of the food truck, the customers are lining up in the drive aisle of the existing parking lot. So in order to ensure safety further, staff does think that physical barriers placed between the service area and the drive aisle will provide further safety and separation from the vehicles and patrons of the spa and food truck. Regarding public facilities and services impact, there should be no impacts to the water and sewer capacity. Patrons will be accommodated by the use of the indoor restrooms located inside the Sunwater Spa. The Tava truck is also approved for use of 2 commissary kitchens in the area, but not on site of the spa. Changes to existing pedestrian and vehicular circulation is proposed. The food truck will be placed in an area north of the existing pergola and will not impede any drive aisles in the parking lot, as is the current situation. The proposed location is in an area where pedestrians and patrons of the business will be able to walk up, order their food, and wait for it under the existing pergola. So staff notes also that food service is often associated with spa operations as an amenity. The spa operation itself does not directly offer this amenity outside of the Tava food truck, which has become a partner and associated use of the spa property, especially during the pandemic, in which the food truck service helped to supplement the spa's income during the unknowns of the pandemic and impacts of regulations during that time. During the previous 18 months, while the food truck has been permitted to operate at this location, staff has not noted or been made aware of any complaints or issues related to the food truck use on this property. So regarding the parking variance, could you go back a slide? Thank you. Regarding the parking variance that was approved by the Planning Commission, the parking variance associated with this major conditional use permit was approved, as is under the purview of the Planning Commission per section 1832020. That states the City Planning Commission may authorize variances from the requirements of this chapter not related to use. Variances are not available to allow a use that is not permitted in a particular zone district. A variance shall be considered an extraordinary remedy, and the conditions set forth below are intended as limitations to the Planning Commission's power to authorize variances. Following that section lists the 7 criteria that must be met in order for a variance to be granted. So a parking variance is not related to a use, but to the calculated parking requirements, and does not allow a use that is not permitted by the code, which is parking. This is done through the city's conditional use permit, which falls under the purview of City Council, and as a food truck, which is related to the use and is not a permitted use under the code, the conditional use permit approval is required for operation of the food truck. As the parking variance was approved under the authority provided to the Planning Commission, it is not the purview of the City Council to discuss, amend, or approve. The following conditions of approval recommended from the Planning Commission does contain language related to the parking variance. That's condition number 5, which was approved under a single motion by the Planning Commission, and that is the reason it is included in the conditions of approval as a means of maintaining the consistency with the language of the actual motion made. So the Planning Commission forwarded a recommendation to City Council to approve Major Conditional Use Permit 2201 with the following conditions. 1, the pergola shall be reviewed and receive a property improvement permit to allow the structure to remain in place. 2, visual and physical barriers shall be located to define the area of customer service and waiting along the edge of the drive aisle adjacent to the food truck operation. These barriers should be attractive and may include planters or movable fencing or screening. Simply placing traffic cones or other such devices is not acceptable. Planning and parking staff would have final approval of the barrier placement and design. 3, no permanent signage other than on the truck itself is allowed. A-frame signage is allowed by the sign regulations and may be placed at the edge of the service area. 4, approval is contingent upon the business owner meeting all applicable city and state regulations, including but not limited to the city's business license and compliance with sales tax collections and remittance. 5, a minimum of 1 ADA parking space shall be provided on site. Credit for 11 parking spaces provided on El Paso Boulevard along the property frontage, whether public or designated. And 14 designated off-site parking spaces shall be provided on and off-site. The variance allows any future building use if the calculated demand does not exceed 32 parking spaces in total. 6, any significant modification to the reservation business model or change in uses shall require a revised parking variance application. Staff they further recommend the following findings. 1, that the representations in the application are valid and the criteria established in Section 1832.010 of the Zoning Code has been met. 2, the granting of the variance is justified and makes possible the reasonable use of the property. And 3, that the granting of the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations and will not be injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare. And that concludes the presentation. I am ready for questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you, Dylan. And council, if you have questions of Dylan at this time, this would be fine. He'll also be making a second appearance before the hearing's over. So, any questions or comments? I guess not. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Judith?
So Dylan, I stopped by the property on my way to council this evening and walked around, and I do like the proposed location for the Tava truck versus where it is now, with the addition of the 1 ADA parking space, which will be able to have to do a turnaround and exit face first. I understand that it won't have to back out, right?
That's correct.
There is a fenced off enclosed area right in the back there where the Tava truck would go that houses perhaps trash, recycling. It's a fence. I didn't walk in there. It's private property, but it looks like it's perhaps trash or storage. Will that be removed or will that be retained and the truck will fit by it and be able to use it, or where would that be relocated? Do you have an answer to that?
I'm not sure whether or where it would be relocated, but the applicant is here tonight and he can answer that more specifically.
Okay, because I was just thinking of that in terms of, it looks like on the pictures that the truck is pretty much backed up right by the pergola, and it looks like if if this is trash and recycling, that there needs to be either access to that or it needs to be moved to another location. So that was my only question. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Nancy?
So the spa would lease parking spaces on El Paso, Washington. Is that correct?
So this is not a part of the conditional use permit discussion, but in answer to that, they're required to lease a minimum of 14 off-site parking spaces, whether that be in Hiawatha Gardens, on street, but they're required to lease 14.
Okay, and they would be dedicated, i.e. you would be ticketed if you were not a customer of Tava or the spa?
Yes, the 14 lease spaces.
Thank you.
John?
So I believe there are, 4 parking spaces where this pergola and food truck are? What were those 4 spaces associated with?
Prior to the food truck and...
Yeah, prior to this thing.
Yeah. They were part of the on-site parking.
Okay, so was that a requirement or what?
It was under a previous variance.
Okay, so how does that go away?
So the parking variance that was approved by the Planning Commission has amended that. So the requirement for the on-site parking approved by the Planning Commission on March 9th approved the one on-site ADA space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for Dylan at this time? Judith?
Thank you. So with the addition of the Tava truck, the food truck, and the outdoor seating, a total of 32 spaces are required for both the spa and the truck and its business.
Yep, so
Correct.
including the outdoor seating space and the Tava food truck, the parking calculation required 32 on-site parking spaces.
And it's my understanding, minus the parking spaces that are already the leased spaces of 14, there were 6 spaces involved in this variance, correct? There were 6 parking spaces.
Yes, that is correct.
And my only question at this point, and maybe it's an inappropriate time to bring this up, is I have no idea if this is setting any kind of precedent for any future businesses at all who would want to use their parking lot for, say, a food truck, and then we've set that precedence that we've made that variance of 6 spaces. It's my understanding, reading the packet, that that the Planning Commission has approved that because of the change in the business model of the spa, that they will retain the same number and reservation system based on the COVID requirements. Therefore, their customer base has decreased. Is that correct?
That is correct, and any change to that business model would require a revised parking variance under the conditions recommended.
Anything else right now for Dylan? Okay, if not, thank you, Dylan, and we'd like to hear from the applicant, Mr. Harwell. Good evening, Len. If we could get your name and address. Name and address, please.
Lynn Edinger Harwell, obviously business address 5114 El Paso. Home is 2721 West Uinta in Old Colorado City.
Mr. Harwell, you have the floor, so if you'd like to present any facts or concerns about your request. And let me also say that after you speak, we'll go ahead and have a public comment period so anyone from the audience can speak, and then we'll bring you back so you can respond to any of those comments or answer questions, and council can ask questions of you, and then we'll finish with, we'll hear from Dylan again.
Okay.
So that'll be the order of operations, but you will have a chance to reply.
Thank you. Well, you know, there's a lot of paper here if you read through it all. This has been a process. I really, really appreciate Dylan and the planning department for hard work they've done. They worked with us on this and kind of figuring all this stuff out. I will say to address Councilor Chandler's concern. We won't have to move that at all. Even with the truck behind the pergola, I believe there's about 15 feet that still allow for easy access to trash removal in that area, which is where that's an employee entrance, and we do have our recycling and trash removal back there. So that won't change at all. In regards, I know there's a lot of things going on with parking variances and new discussions coming up later in the year, we simply don't need 32 parking spaces. 14 is all we need. It's plenty. It's accommodated us very, very well for the last, almost 2 years now since we changed our business model. I would much rather be able to give those spaces back to the city and let you make revenue on them. We don't need them. However, there's ordinances and conditions to fill, I understand. We had the same discussion with the Planning Commission. So, with that in mind, we are extremely happy with some changes that we've made with the 14 spots along the spa. It's helped with traffic flow. It's helped with pedestrian safety. We could never get anyone to park in Hiawatha to begin with. You can confirm this with the city. It's impossible to teach people, especially when you're out of state and stuff, where to go park. So we never had access to any of those spots along the spa right now. They're always full with general parking because it's free there, or was free there. Hiawatha, we had our 14 spots, but people really didn't park there. And we are just really happy with the parking as it is right now. When it comes to the parking variance with the food truck, it is a popular place in Manitou. Outdoor dining is still very, very important to a lot of folks. And we really hope that you will follow the Planning Commission's recommendations and allow us to be able to continue to operate.
Great, thank you. Council, any questions or comments for Lynn? Okay, seeing none. Lynn, thank you. We'll go to the public comment section, and then you'll have a chance to come back and respond to any comments.
Thank you so
questions.
much.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'll open the public comment section. This is a public hearing, so anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this topic can come forward now and speak. I would ask that you try to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And if you're a subsequent speaker and someone's gone before, it'd certainly be fine if you would say, I am aligned with so-and-so's position and not be unnecessarily repetitive. But please give us your opinions. Is there anyone who wants to speak? Okay, and Rick, if you'll give us your full name and address. Oh, Rick, okay, press the button there in the middle of the green light will come on and get within about three inches of the microphone.
Oh, this is the first time I've done this. Take it easy here. Rick Hudson, 15 El Paso Boulevard, 80829. I'm the owner and administrator of the All About Manitou page, which a lot of citizens belong to, and I read their comments, and I'm here just to remind you of the simple stuff. You all get involved in this, the codes and ordinances and stuff like that. I just want to bring up the simple stuff. We've been through a lot with this COVID, and I remember with the businesses being on restrictions, and then being closed and open back on restrictions. There was a lot of posts about it, and I remember sitting there telling them, instead of complaining, come up with a solution. Tava Truck and these other businesses came up with a solution, and we let it run. That I know of, there hasn't been any problems or anything like that. You guys like your trial runs, take it as a trial run. It went good, and I think it should be able to continue. The people of Manitou, ones on my page, mostly want the Tava Truck to keep going. They do a lot with Memorial Park with the jump circles, and they're perfect location for stuff. They don't move. They're right there. They're not parking their vehicle in front of other businesses and taking business away, such as when we have events and you bring 15 trucks in from Colorado Springs, taking business away. They're there by themselves on private property. They're not hurting anybody. So it's ADA accessible from what I'm understanding. like I say, I don't know all these ordinances and everything else. For those that are worried about other businesses coming in, other food trucks coming in, how I see it, all you got to do is pass one of your special ordinances saying that there can only be a limit of one or a limit of two or whatever, just like you did the weed stores. So you can stop worrying about how many come in and where these are all going to be all over town and stuff like that. You can control that just like you did the weed stores. I just don't know. There's nothing in this town and nothing that is passed, and there's nothing in writing that you guys do not leave a loophole, because I find so many of them. And there's got to be some way that something can go around that they can continue their business. And these other businesses, the same way, some of the things they had come up with, I challenged them to come up with a solution. They did. Now, I'm hoping you guys come up with a solution to let this go. They go on and approve everything. They worked on it. They came up with a solution to stay open instead of closing. I don't think they should just have it taken away from them. So that's just the simple part of it without all the ordinances and stuff. It's things I'm hoping you'll remember of how hard these businesses fought to stay open, and they came up with their solution. And I think that you should prove them, keep doing it.
Great. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else who wants to speak to this? Apparently not. Lynn, would you come back, please, the applicant? Okay, council, this will be our opportunity to ask additional questions of Lynn. And also, Lynn, if there's, this is typically a time when you'd be able to respond to public comment. I don't know if you, well, you have that opportunity, so you have the floor.
Okay, I thank Rick for coming on up. I know in your packet there's letters from a bunch of voters and residents of Manitou Springs that support what we're talking about here tonight. So I'm sure you've read all that, and I'm just here to answer any other questions you may have. What we're doing is a good thing. It's a great thing for Manitou. I think we're trying to figure out the parking situations. It's solvable, and I think we can all peacefully coexist with the solutions that we've come up with. And again, just thankful for the planning department and Dylan's diligent work on his presentations to the Planning Commission and to you tonight.
Great, thank you. Lynn, I had a question. So the recommendation is to approve the request subject to the stipulations made by the Planning Commission. Are you comfortable with those stipulations?
Yes.
Okay, so you're good with that.
I'm great.
Okay, great. Council, other questions for Lynn? Councilor Chandler?
Not a question, just a comment, two comments. First of all, I really applaud your ingenuity in the time of COVID and all of the other businesses in this town. My business shut down during COVID, so I just applaud the businesses for doing everything that they could to stay open, so I wanted to share that with you. And the other thing I want to say is you were a shining example that reservation systems work, and I appreciate that, and thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have other questions or comments from council? Judy, and Julie doesn't have any questions apparently or comments? Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's nothing more for Lynn, you're excused. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And Dylan, if you would come back, please. So if you have any additional questions for the planning department, Dylan's here to respond. Any questions? Sorry, I guess I dragged you up here for nothing. Is there anything you feel you want to add?
I have nothing further to add.
Okay, great. Nice presentation, Dylan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I guess I should have closed the public comment section, so I'll do that officially now. Thank you. Okay, council, it's time for discussion and deliberation. Any comments? Or we could entertain a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, please.
I move to approve MACUP 2201 Major Conditional Use Permit, Mobile Food Vending, 514 El Paso Boulevard, Lynn Ettinger Harwell applicant on behalf of Donald Godey, owner with conditions from Chairperson Delwich and staff.
I second.
Well, we have 2 seconds here. Tie between Councilors Chandler and Michelle. So, yeah.
Can I offer a friendly amendment to include the findings as well as the conditions in your amendment or in your motion?
Yes.
So we have, okay, you accepted the friendly amendment, Natalie? Do we have a second from our seconders?
I second.
Okay, seconded by Michelle. Thank you. Motion second. Any further discussion? If not, we'll vote.
Judy, do I tell you my vote?
Yes, please.
I vote no.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a 6-1 vote in favor with one Julie Wolf voting against.
Okay, 6-1 with Julie Wolf voting in opposition. Okay, so the motion passes. Motion passes. Okay, great, thank you. We have a comment from Councilor Fortune.
Yeah, I just look at the history of this and all the variances and the original variances, and it was so confusing, and it seems like we were backed into a situation. And I think I agree with other comments here. Very clever, very creative. And all the letters that we got, the sense of place. I think that the concept is wonderful, but the parking situation really, really concerns me. And we're in a position where the variances were already there for it. But I would like to see us address that in the future zoning, et cetera, because I found it very problematic. And I totally agree with Councilor Chandler. What precedent is this setting for the future? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. To the applicant, Lynn, thank you very much for being here. Dylan, thanks for your assistance. Okay. We'll move on to business item I-1, the Carnegie Library update and financial request. And we have presentations, I believe, by Mary Pulvermacher and Rob Dannon. Perhaps someone else? Okay. Okay, and of course, we'll need all your names and addresses, standard protocol.
Kimberly Sherwood, 318 East Fountain Boulevard, Colorado Springs, 80903.
Mary Pulvermacher, 20 Craig Lane, Manitou Springs.
Rob Dannon, 112 Cave Avenue, Manitou Springs. And before I turn it back over to Kimberly, I would just like to thank Council for having us on tonight's agenda and to listen to and respond to our presentation. I'd also like to thank those behind me in the audience who are here in support of the Carnegie Library project. And on behalf of the Preserve and Renew our Carnegie Library Task Force, I want to say thank you again for those that are here tonight showing their support as we move forward to preserve and renew our Carnegie Library. But I also want to thank the community in general for getting us this far, and we look forward to keep working with them in the future. So thank you.
Okay. All righty. Thank you.
Kimberly, I think we got to wait to pull up your PowerPoint, so if you can give us one moment.
Sure.
All right. So Judy, are you going to be our... Oh, you are.
Go ahead, I'll watch you what you do.
Okay.
Do your thing.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Add my appreciation to Rob's. This is going to be predominantly a refresher. Probably not going to hear anything new, but just wanted to kind of set the context as this process continues to unfold. This is just a quick recap of the restoration expansion project timeline and really reminding us of the engagement and design process that provided for community input and is ongoing. I know Mary will talk a little bit more about that. Next slide, please. And then, again, just seeing the flow of the library design process and all of the elements for stakeholder engagement, most of which was really guided by Ratio, the architects and designers working on this project. My part of this project was to design a campaign strategy that would really enable the library and the task force particularly, and maybe just said a better way, the community, to raise the required funds to both renovate and expand the Manitou Library. This takes us on the journey of all the elements that were involved in the pre-planning process. I'm not going to go through them step by step, but just to see that there are multiple facets to it. And these are the building blocks that really helped inform our campaign plan design. So thinking about it from a financial standpoint, thinking about it from the ways in which funds will be received and processed, the timeline and structure, so how is it going to be organized, and then the messaging. The revenue strategy, yep, we're ready. Right now, this is conceived as a $3.2 million budget, construction budget, and the basic framework for how we envision the revenue being generated is pursuing seed funding of $2.5 million. This is an important threshold because at 2.5, we're at about 80% of the construction costs. That ensures that construction can begin, and 20% would then be raised through a proposed community campaign. So the procedure would be securing the seed funding, 2.5, 2.6 million, then initiating the construction. So the construction would begin before the fundraising was complete, but then we would be able to leverage the energy from the construction and the movement that would be happening there on site to really inspire and infuse the community campaign. The seed funding approach includes kind of three big buckets. Again, to get to that 80%, significant commitment from the city first in, public grants, which include Historic Fund, potentially DOLA, and other state funds that might be connected to ARPA, and then lead gifts, predominantly from foundations and individuals, with a few from corporations. So CIF stands for corporations, individuals, and foundations. The community campaign has a lot more components to it, even though it is a smaller fundraising dollar amount, including leadership gatherings, community events, peer-to-peer fundraising, which would be done digitally, but also through connected to the leadership gatherings, selling, if you will, bricks, murals, walls, those kinds of, the $100 buy a brick thing. This is a place where gifts of all sizes are really important, and you can see that community and people together, kind of really a values-based approach to fundraising, is driving the community campaign. We envision that it would be led by not only the task force, but an influential steering committee of folks who live here, and of course would follow all COVID guidelines and precautions. Again, I think this is just kind of helping remind us that we see this as a multi-phased process, not just a one and done, and that there are gates or thresholds to be achieved. And we envision that the seed funding will require about 12 to 18 months and will be a handful of significant investments, meaning large gifts, large commitments. The community campaign, although a smaller dollar amount, will still require about the same amount of time. And again, many gifts of all shapes and sizes. And I think the thing to stress here is that when you're doing these kinds of initiatives, there's a lot of energy that is required for them to be successful. It's not just writing the plan and implementing the plan. People are involved. Fundraising is a relational business. It's not just like pushing magic ATM buttons or shaking people and expecting the money to fall out of their pockets. So this intentional design is really to build community goodwill, to really build the strength and brand of the library, to build on the energy that comes from early commitments in, and that can really then invite and capitalize on smaller contributions. The plan contemplates 4 different ways that people can give directly to the city, but there are people for whom gifting to a municipality is maybe not their thing. So we also envision having a relationship with a fiscal agent that can receive and process those contributions. Also, enabling gifts to be contributed through the enterprise zone, which provides a significant state tax credit. And then a web portal that is more for the peer-to-peer fundraising and a low-cost way to secure smaller contributions digitally. This is the campaign timeline, and perhaps what's most important is really just helping you all see that, again, going back to the energy, there are thresholds that, when achieved, really enable projects like this to come to fruition. And in this case, there's the fundraising part, but there's also the construction part. And those things need to braid together, and they're dependent on one another. It's not like, oh, we can raise all the money and then the construction, or we can just start construction and then hope we raise the money. So there's some nuance and some finesse, and that's why a strategy is really important for figuring out all of the various elements and how they fit together. So we've built this approach on a quarterly basis, and you can see that at the beginning of this, I mean, we're a little behind the power curve, but not in any way problematic. You can just think that when this initiative finally gets approved, after all the moving parts are solidified, then this fundraising piece will begin. And so the Q1, I think, is an important place to land for a moment, just to speak to the importance of securing leadership recruitment, the commitment from the city, retaining the fiscal agent, and doing some preliminary grant application work, which is in process. Another important threshold, it's far from my eyes, so I'm hoping I'm seeing it correctly, that by, it's okay. Be really huge. I think I'm good. I'm down this way toward 2023. Yeah. So you can see that in second quarter of 2023, oh, you are good. Thank you so much. This is where the groundbreaking would begin. And when we're at that threshold of 80 to 90%, then we can start working on the community campaign, and then really almost immediately beginning the construction, and then the final push for completion. So again, the construction is and that threshold of 80% are really pretty catalytic for ensuring that the whole project gets completed in a timely manner. And again, just another way to say this, affirming your commitment from the city, and there are several components to this, securing that 80% of seed funding, of which the city's commitment would be a part, and then securing about $1 million, maybe $500,000 to $1 million, depending on the city's commitment, from about 50 donors, and then securing gifts from smaller contributors, and then celebrating. So as we mentioned in January, this is an important, I think, linchpin or moment of time for this project. As I think you all know, this has been a project in the making for quite some time, over 2 decades, and as Rob mentioned, really been an iterative process under the guide of a multitude of folks, most recently the task force, which has really been catalytic. So the linchpin for this next part of the project's life is the unique role that the city can play. And we've talked about this before, but just wanted to remind you of the components that are really going to be critical for the project's overall success. And I want to make sure that I'm clear in reminding you all that the project really has 2 components: the campaign part, the fundraising part, and then the construction. And those things are not synonymous. They're 2 components of what we often refer to as the project. So as we think about the fundraising, and the campaign strategy, these are the components that are important for the campaign's success. A capital investment from the city of Manitou, project management, both on the construction and fundraising side of things, securing a loan that could then be repaid through the match dollars and the rental income from the relationship with the Pikes Peak Library District, working with the fiscal agent and maintaining that relationship, and a political champion or champions. So as we said before, there are 3 possible paths here: an investment of $500,000, which we call the Kickstart investment, the Momentum investment, which would be $1 million, and then the Let's Build It, which would be about $2 million. These dollars are all, there's a little bit of wiggle room in there. They're not like super definitive, but depending on what the city is committed to really affects then what the ultimate fundraising campaign budget looks like. So there are opportunities, trade-offs, and risks for each of these. Your investment at any level will speed the timing of the project. And not only the financial investment, but all the other elements that are really critical to the campaign's success are hinging on the city's commitment and dedication to this project. And just a reminder of why that's so important. And it's because this particular building is owned by the city. The library has operated within it, but it really is a city property. The library is an important partner along with many other groups, and the folks who are doing the fundraising are all volunteers. So we've got this project being overseen by a task force. So there's no 501c3 entity that can take on some of the more operational pieces of the campaign, like we talked about before, the project management, fiscal agency, etc. There is no board of directors. There's just a nice group of really dedicated folks. And so the city's commitment is really not only the dollars, but also then all of the other components. So could you back up to that previous slide, please? Yeah, perfect. So just a reminder for each of you that, again, the decision that you will make about what your financial commitment is really is, obviously it's up to you, but it will really have a meaningful and an impact of magnitude on the speed with which the entire project gets completed. And I think that's all I have to say.
Okay, now with next chart, please. So I'm Mary Pulvermacher, and I'm from the Preserve and Renew Our Carnegie Library Task Force. And good evening, everybody, and I am very excited to be here. I feel like this project has made wonderful progress, and we are at an exciting juncture tonight. So next chart. I would just want to take a moment to recognize the excellent partnership we have with the Pikes Peak Library District. Our city has, and I wanted to mention a few things about that. So in terms of enrichment, the Pikes Peak Library District is committed to providing a community-centered, accessible center of learning in Manitou Springs. And if you look at the number of visitors in 2017 to our little library in Manitou, it was over 50,000 people. So it certainly plays an important role in our town. In terms of investment, when the Carnegie Building had to be shut down because of the ADA complaint and the library needed to get out of that building, they spent over almost $500,000, almost $500,000. I'll get my numbers right here. Almost $500,000 to upgrade the MAC facility so they can use it temporarily as a library. And they've committed to renting the Carnegie Building when the city has that building expanded and ready, and so it's suitable to meet their needs. In terms of collaboration, the library and their staff have spent many, many hours collaborating on this effort, on this library effort. I would argue that between the funding, the investment in terms of funding and time, Pikes Peak Library District has invested more than our little community probably deserves proportionally from the size of our town to the size of the district overall. And so we thank them very much for that and for their commitment to our town. And then finally, I want to speak for a moment about the makerspace. So there was a partnership between the library and the MAC before the library moved into the MAC. But one of the beneficial side effects that has occurred is that the membership has gone from 55 members at the MAC to, once the library moved in there, now it's over 500 members. And so this is now the largest makerspace in the state of Colorado. And the Pikes Peak Library District has committed to continuing that partnership even when they move back into the Carnegie Building. So I don't think we could ask for more, I guess, is the bottom line there. Next chart. So this is a chart that is a little investment summary. On the right-hand side, we have the details. The two really important points are summarized on the left. So the first is that since 2019, almost $500,000 has been collected and donated for the Carnegie Library project from the citizens of Manitou Springs. And the city of Manitou Springs has already invested almost $150,000 of those monies on the Carnegie Library building project. Next chart. It is our belief that our community has committed to the Carnegie Building restoration, preservation, and expansion. And there's a lot of evidence for that. And so I've listed some of those things here. For example, the money, the dollars we just mentioned, almost $500,000 has been collected or donated for this project, specifically for the Manitou Library Carnegie Building expansion and preservation. The money the city has spent already, the $150,000 they've spent, and that does not include money spent by other organizations. For example, my understanding is the Thorpe design cost more than the $10,000 listed on the previous chart, that other monies were spent by other organizations such as the Friends of the Library. So there's been quite an investment to date on this project. The passage of the match tax is another very important fact that shows the commitment of our citizens toward this effort. And the amount of volunteer time invested in this project, our task force, our tiny task force by itself, has invested over about 2,300 hours so far. And when you look at all the time invested by the other citizens in terms of serving on the boards, serving on the commissions, going to the meetings, providing public comment, providing new ideas, iterating on the design, I think it speaks to the importance and the passion that our citizens have for the library and having the library in the Carnegie Building. Next chart. Thank you. This shows examples of what project funding could look like. As mentioned previously, the cost estimate is $3.2 million. And our understanding is in order to start construction, we need 80% committed. We, the city, need 80% committed. That's $2.56 million. And Ratio is working hard to stay within that budget. One of the things I want to mention is that the loan amount that's shown there, the city loan that's to be repaid by match funds and also rent from the Pikes Peak Library District, that estimate of $1 million loan takes into account the certainty that we can't really count on the marijuana tax for the duration of the match tax. We met with Becca Davis and the financial consultants from Denver to talk about what is realistic in terms of a loan and how much could be lent, knowing that there is uncertainty. In fact, Becca says it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And that $1 million, so the amount the city could get in a loan is a little over $1 million. We rounded it to $1 million. So that takes that uncertainty into account. And we all know that there's a vote coming in the fall for the city of Colorado Springs. And so that has already been taken into account with the estimates here on these figures. Okay, next chart. So thank you. So here's where we are tonight. With our ask, and our ask is for a definitive commitment. City Council is tasked with the very difficult job of deciding how to spend our money. And regarding this Carnegie Library project and the building expansion, we are asking the City Council to definitively decide to either do the project or to don't do the project, but to continue to spend money on maybe wastes precious resources of both time and money. The next chart is kind of the specifics on the request. So we're asking City Council to do the 5 things that Kimberly laid out. Affirm a cash commitment, affirm a willingness to secure a loan, affirm that you'll provide project management, affirm, secure a fiscal agent relationship, and also affirm a political champion. And now we want to thank Manitou Springs City Council and the city staff for your dedication and service to our community. But before we move to discussion, I want to recap. And I'm going to use my notes because I want to make sure I don't miss anything really important. I think we are at a critical juncture. The condition of the Carnegie Building was recently assessed as poor, and it cannot be used as is. Let me repeat that. The condition of the Carnegie Building was assessed as poor, it's closed, it's shuttered, and it can't be used as is. That means that the city has to invest in that building in order to do anything with it. Our deepest hope, and what the task force has been working for, is to have the building continue to be our library, to be the heart of learning and enrichment in our community, and to provide accessibility to not only the building, but also to the park as well. We believe our community has spoken. Is it a community-wide consensus? No, of course not. That's not how democracy works. In fact, who in our nation would be elected if you had to have a community-wide consensus? But I submit to you that the majority has been very clear that they want this building preserved and they want it to endure as our library. City Council has a difficult job. Your task is to figure out how to spend our money. The city must prioritize the projects, what projects to fund with the funds of the city. There's not enough money to, and certainly insufficient staff, to continue to have effective day-to-day operations and do all the desired projects. Personally, I don't believe our city can execute multiple major projects simultaneously. City staffing constraints alone requires that they be sequenced. Citizens have invested already about $500,000 in getting this project and wanting this project to be done, and the city, have spent about $150,000 of that already in the planning. So tonight, the task force is asking for a commitment. Sorry, this is me trying to read and keep my mouth on the microphone. So we're asking for a commitment. The commitment could be conditional. For example, you could commit an amount of funding, conditional on a certain set of conditions that are met. But if you can't commit tonight, at this time, we respectfully request 3 things. Number 1, council's collective direction on what you need to make a decision. Number 2, council's major project priorities. In other words, if the library project is not the number 1 priority, then we request to know what the priorities are and where the library sits within that rank-ordered list of major projects for our city. And finally, number 3, the date by which you're willing to share this information with both the task force and the community. Thank you again for your dedication, your service, your leadership, and that finishes our presentation. So,
thank you very much. We have a number of individuals in the audience, and I think this would be an appropriate time to give them an opportunity to speak. So if council has no objections, I would ask that our presenters take their places and we give the community a chance to speak, and after which we can bring the presenters back and ask questions. If there's no objection, we'll go ahead and do that. Okay, hearing none. First off, how many people would like to speak on this subject? Can I get a show of hands? 6, 7. Okay, it looks like we've got about 7 people or so. Okay, I think that's manageable. So, if we stick with our customary target of about 3 minutes or less, that would, I think that would work. We should be able to listen to everyone approximately 20, 25 minutes. So that said, would someone like to start? Come forward.
Mayor, and I also have 4 that were turned in advance of the meeting.
Okay. Well,
So
I'm sorry.
You want to start with those?
Yeah, Judy, why don't you go ahead and call the order then?
Okay, so the first one I have is Tina Resterer.
Okay, and when you come up, if you'd give us your name and address, if you could keep your comments to 3 minutes, that would be appreciated. If you're one of the subsequent speakers and someone else has already expressed your sentiments, it might be convenient if you just say, I'm aligned with so-and-so, or I fully support what so-and-so says, so that we don't spend a disproportionate amount of time. This seems to work well, and it gives more people a chance to speak. That said, Tina, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tina Reister. I live at 806 Midland Avenue. I'm part of a neighborhood group that loves the library. And recently we made a 3D model of the library and the expansion. We've been looking at the plans and we wanted to see what it would look like. And then we invited neighbors, people of the community, to look at our 3D model. And maybe it was COVID, but we found out that a lot of people didn't know what was going on, and a lot of people didn't know what the expansion would look like. And a lot of people in the community were really interested, and I think we probably showed about maybe 200 people at our house and at the gallery, at the Green Horse Gallery. And well, let me tell you what we found out from all these people is that the community really loves the library, the historic building on the hill. They want it to be the library and open and ADA compliant. They want the historic upper room to be used as part of the library in everyday use. They want the historic building preserved, but not overwhelmed with that present design with that large roof. But as this is a conceptual design, we look forward to the tweaking of this design. We look forward to a more transparent south entrance with more light and minimal awnings, that is more respectful to the historic building. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tina. Judy?
Becky Weiss?
Becky?
My name is Becky Weiss, and I live at 952 Osage here in Manitou. Thank you all for all the work you've done. And before I start, I just want to say that you each have inspired me in a lot of ways over the last several months, particularly Judith, in a conversation that you had at a COG meeting in which you said that face-to-face conversations are what really make a difference in our community. And I've been lucky enough to talk with task force members and council members, a lot of community members who are really passionate about our library. And I feel really honored to be a part of the conversation tonight. So thank you. I have one question that comes to my mind as I imagine myself sitting in your seats, and it's this one. If council votes to provide funds for our library project to move forward, does the current, quote, conceptual design remain fluid? On March 30th, our ratio architect, Eric, responded to community suggestions regarding possible design changes by stating in a letter to task force members, Mayor John Graham, and community members that, and I quote, "We continue to refine the design and have already had discussions that align with some of the ideas shared." He goes on to say, "I love the idea of reducing its size and increasing transparency into the new main entry." He also says, "There are always hurdles to get past when designing a project." Duh, I love that. But anyway, but these hurdles often force innovation and have the potential to create interesting spaces. In my mind, Eric's response suggests that the current conceptual design is a living, morphing entity. Council, do you believe that design will remain static if you grant funding tonight? Or do you believe that it is subject to continued refinement? If I were voting, I would want clarity on that question. With that said, I support granting funding for our library. I love our library, we all do, to move forward, and for that movement to be fluid and responsive to our community's continuing investment in our most precious resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Who'd like to be next?
Mary Kelly is our next.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mary Kelly, and I live at 35 Grant Avenue. I would like to ask you to vote in favor of offering early seed money funding for the Carnegie Library renovation tonight. I support the best possible and the least intrusive modification of the Manitou Springs Carnegie Library building. On February 23rd, ratio architect Eric Grebliunas mentioned that in the current design iteration, the library's 100-year-old roof tiles would be carefully removed, numbered, and stored for future generations who may like to return them to the building someday. We are that generation who would like the library renovation to not remove the original roof tiles. We shared with Eric a simple design idea that would not require the removal of the original roof tiles. In response to our simple design idea, in a March 30th email that Becky mentioned, Eric Grebliunas said, "To me, the roof design and size will have a tremendous impact on multiple aspects of the project." And he continued, as Becky said, "I love the idea of reducing the roof size and increasing transparency, glass, into the new main entryway. We will be absolutely studying how this can be further implemented, Eric said. The Carnegie renovation design can and should change. The critical thing tonight is for the city to jumpstart the funding for the library restoration and renovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Michael Howell.
Michael Howell, 6 Spencer Avenue, Manitou Springs. I'd like to thank City Council for letting us get up and speak about these types of things. Thank you very much. Okay, the Carnegie Library it's a beautiful piece of architecture. It's a true gem in our community. There's no getting around that. And basically, everybody that comes up here will talk about how incredible the library is. We need the library expansion. We need a modern library to effectively meet the needs of our growing and changing community. We currently do not have a permanent library. Contrary to what a number of people have been saying for months now, the MAC is a temporary solution and has never been promoted as a permanent solution. The MAC is not a library. The MAC has given up exhibition spaces, meeting spaces, event spaces to help our community have easy access to library services. Thank you, Natalie and the MAC board, for doing this. I mean, they stepped up, and basically we still have a place to go and check out materials and do research. For over a year, community feedback has been substantial and all-encompassing for well over a year now. I mean, it's basic. I always thought it was common knowledge, but apparently a lot of people don't know about this. Yeah, there has been open meetings ongoing for over a year that have been highly publicized covering this. Ratio Architecture was selected and submitted a variety of designs relying heavily on community feedback. I mean, from the very beginning, they have stood by their desire to have community feedback. It's been over a year. It's time to move forward on what we have from Ratio Architecture. It's time to move forward. We also need to stop the divisiveness that is permeating the community as well as City Council concerning, should we move forward? Should we get more ideas? There's 5,000 people in this community. You want 5,000 ideas? The longer we wait, the cost is going to increase. That's basic business in our current society. Again, the MAC is not our library. We're fortunate that the MAC stepped up, but it is not our library. It was not designed to be our library at all. The Carnegie Building is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howell.
That was the 4 I had.
Okay. Do we have anyone else? Some more hands up. Mr. Todd?
Good evening. Bob Todd, 20 Manitou Terrace, Manitou Springs. As I hear what's being requested this evening, I hear 2 things. I hear the task force would like to have a commitment from City Council that indeed this library will be renovated and restored. And kind of shadowing that, they're asking for a commitment of money, so it's kind of a package deal. I'm not quite sure what the commitment is per se, but certainly the money part monetizes and puts money on the table. As I experience this dynamic process that continues to evolve, I'd like to suggest that council consider on page 228 the Kickstarter level of funding, $500,000. That makes a commitment. That number, incidentally, is pretty close to the amount of dollars that are currently cash on hand, $342,000 on page 226, as I understand that chart. So basically, council will be putting in $500,000. The task force already has $342,000 at their discretion. So something to consider. Something else to consider is for a project that's $3.2 to $3.4 million, it would seem incumbent that we do indeed have a 3D model. A 3D model is going to be required to get grants and funding, and it's going to be required by the community. We all see just wonderful PowerPoint presentations and movable graphics and so forth, but there's nothing like seeing a scale model where you can proportionately look at everything. It's a very small cost compared to $3 million. I think that ought to be a requirement at this stage. The last thing I would invite everybody to do is ask for an explanation of the chart on page 228. 228 has a lot of numbers on it, and it's actually the first time the introduction of a loan is being talked about, whereas all the charts leading up to it, it would appear the money was coming from grants and so forth. But that's a very sensitive point, I would think, for the city. The city's being asked to bankroll up to $3 million of a $3.2 to $3.4 million project. So I would suggest chart 228 be taken through in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak? Yes, ma'am. Why don't you come on up?
Good evening. My name is Patty Fraley. My address is 326B Santa Fe Place, 80829. I'm going to try to read my notes here. I moved here about 10 or 11 years ago and joined the Friends in honor of my mom, who was the building chair for the libraries in Woodland Park and Florissant. So when she died, I said, I'm going to get engaged here. And I've continued to stay involved in one way or another. When Rob started the task force, I spent quite a bit of time with the task force, and I want you to understand, Mary mentioned the hours that have been committed by citizens in the task force and others who have participated in community meetings and been engaged in this. It's a tremendous amount of work. And this is the third time, my understanding, it's the third time that something like this has come to council over the last 20 years. And it's made it through renderings the first two times. This is the furthest it's ever gotten. And part of the match tax proposal was hopefully going to provide funding for the library, among other buildings. And I know that is not the language that ended up becoming law, but that was the hope. My understanding is that there will be time for revisions to the drawing. Some people have talked about that in the comments. But I do agree with Mary Pulvermacher, the time to do this is now. It'll be difficult, in my mind, to keep people engaged in this process, given how much work has been put in, probably a year and a half now at this point in time with the task force. I know for myself, I don't think I can hang in there for another one if this doesn't happen now. And I think this council could be the one that makes it happen and can be very proud to say that they kept the library a library and for the next 100 years, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Yes, in the back there, please.
My name is Karen Storm, 27 Via Chula Vista, Manitou Springs. And I just wanted to say that my thoughts align with what Patty just said. I feel like there's still time for revisions and dealing with the details of this project, but we need a commitment to move forward and make this happen for our community and for our future. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I thought I saw a few other hands up, but perhaps the sentiments have been expressed. Great. Council, I would suggest that we take a break until 8 o'clock, come back, and at that time we can ask questions of our three panelists and go forward from there. Any objection? No, let's do it. See you all at 8 o'clock. Okay, let's resume. And where we left off, we were going to ask our three presenters to come forward so that we could ask questions and have a little bit of a dialogue.
There's three of us.
Two? Oh, there was a coup d'etat and somebody... Okay.
We still have a majority.
Okay, great. So, council, I think this is a good time to ask questions. We've got a couple people here who should probably be able to give us decent answers. Mr. Shada.
Good evening. One of the things I'd like to talk about is on your presentation, this $1 million loan item.
Yes.
I think we talked about this when we approved the last match round. And so I guess I want to kind of talk about, first off, and I don't know, and Denise can jump in here, as need be, or if, I don't think Becca's here or whatever, but I'm kind of concerned about this amount, okay? First and foremost, under the state constitution, okay, we are not allowed to do a loan, I think of this way, all right? We can do, okay, lease purchase things, and the reason why we can do things like that, okay, is because if we stop paying in any one year, people come and take our police cars or the fire truck away when we stop paying on it. This is something, there's nothing anybody can walk away with. There's no collateral here. So I guess I'd like to know where we're headed and talk about this $1 million loan line item in this presentation and how people think this is going to work. Thank you.
Do you want to speak to that, Denise, or you want us to? Why don't you start, then I'll ask. Okay, so when we met with Becca and the financial consultants from Denver, we talked about, these are things I didn't know anything about. So the discussions were, sorry.
Mary, for clarification, when you say the financial consultant from Denver, do you mean Robin Moore from Stifel or Stifel?
Yes.
Okay,
I think that's the name. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, that's the lady we've used in the past. Thank you. I just wanted that clarification.
Yes, and so we didn't, at the time when we talked initially, we didn't know the estimated amount of the rent from Pikes Peak Library District, but we knew about the match, and so we were asking what could be secured with that, knowing that you can't make forward commitments, and also knowing that there was risk that the number would go down. So if you looked at the dollars over, the 14-year term, you could have the $1 million. You wouldn't have to have a loan. But because there's a risk that you wouldn't have that much money if marijuana revenues decrease, there was a very conservative estimate made on how much could be loaned. There were some conditions. So I think one of the consultants mentioned one of the conditions were there'd have to be a public statement that this project is a priority, so that if there was a decrease in revenue, that bill would be paid first before other things. There would have to be some collateral secured, and it couldn't be the library building that would be under construction. And then, but there's no problem with doing this. Municipalities apparently do this all the time. And so even though you can't have a definitive commitment of match dollars in subsequent years because it's a tax, this is apparently the explanation that, or at least my understanding, and I could be getting this wrong, my understanding is that is precedented and done often.
So what did we have in mind as to what the $1 million collateral would be?
I don't think it's $1 million collateral. I don't remember, but some sort of property of the city would be. I think that's what the condition was. Wasn't it, Denise?
Sorry, I was not in that conversation, so I have to say I don't know.
Okay.
You guys were meeting with him, and Becca said that this is what it came back with. So we could have Robin do although we can't talk to her till about the middle of April, but she can write a total paper for us, a white paper, that tells you exactly how we can do it. I do know in Colorado Springs, they would put up another property for the collateral if council wanted to do such.
Also, the other point of clarification, Councilman Shada, is that the discussion we had was before we were using only the match dollars as a loan, and so the loan amount was smaller. I forgot what it was, you know, 750,000 or something. And so now with the addition of PPLD rent, which is quite secure, I will say, as a promise, I don't know what would be needed to be secured.
I've not seen any document that says that.
We don't have a document. All I have is the verbal discussion we were given with the need to go back to them to get something finalized if the project were approved.
Okay.
Yes.
The other thing, Becca Davis was quite clear with us that that match money, cannot be fiscally obligated any more than one council year.
Correct.
So how in the world does that fit into this?
Go ahead.
I was at the match work session where that came up, and with it, what we had proposed as a task force during our match presentation for funding that a minimum of $45,000 a year ongoing, and I understand the laws do not allow that. It's an aspirational aspect right now. And I spoke to Becca immediately after that work session and said, how will that impact us going forward? I don't want to speak for Becca, but she did assure me that, without going into grand detail, that this still could move forward because we will be getting match funding for the next, after this year, I think 13 more years. And then with the lease agreement with PPLD, that she felt that it is a workable solution based on what Mary said when we met with Becca and the financial group out of Denver. They're the ones who told us that this could possibly work.
Okay. I just want to go on record that I have seen no documents that show this is feasible. And I do not know what $1 million asset would be that we would put up as collateral, let alone $700,000. Okay. I don't know what that would be. I would like to certainly see a complete report from staff about how all these puzzle pieces would fit together for this $1 million component. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Natalie.
I just wanted to piggyback on John Shada's request. I wouldn't mind actually even having a meeting with Robin, the financial planner, and the finance director, in addition to the documentation.
Okay, thank you. Other comments, questions?
I
Judith?
have a number of comments, but I'd like to hold for now.
Oh, okay. Nancy? Do you okay? John, yeah.
I guess the other kind of pebble in my shoe is this whole 80% thing, where we would start moving dirt up on Library Hill and be wanting for another 20%. I've been through these kinds of things when I used to be affiliated with Habitat for Humanity, and this was a very interesting thing for a nonprofit to go do. We would maybe have enough money to build one home, and we would go out and buy 5 lots and dig 5 holes and create a big crisis, okay? And sometimes these holes stayed much longer than I think people in the neighborhood wanted, okay? And so I'm well aware of what I kind of call this kind of fundraising kind of scheme, and I guess I'm uncomfortable with it from the standpoint of a municipality doing this, okay? By the presentations, it would seem like this would be about an $800,000 hole. And if this goes on, as time is money, okay, and there are problems, and then there are security problems, and water is getting into things like they're not supposed to be because we've got the project 80% done, I guess I'm really uncomfortable with that kind of a posture. That's just my personal opinion about this. I believe that for us to move forward, we ought to have a sound financial plan that has all the funds, all the commitments, all ready to go, okay? To me, when we hire employees down here and staff comes with us and says we're going to hire people, I want to have the knowledge that we can pay them in the next month or two, okay? And that we don't suddenly just have some faithful thing that we're going to do. So that's my own personal opinion about this kind of 20% scheme. We saw it before in January. I don't remember whether I spoke to it, but I wanted to make sure that I expressed my concern about it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Other councilor comments? Judith.
Yeah, I just want to add, I have a number of comments, but this segues into what Councilor Shada was saying. On January 11th of 2022, the Library Task Force came to us with the funding presentation, and so I went back to that meeting. That was a work session, and I reviewed it, and I also looked at the comments that were made. And at that meeting, City Council requested further details on the 3 possible funding paths that were presented, which we are calling the Kickstart, Momentum, and Let's Build It. And other than the Library Task Force updates, which have been very, very helpful, I haven't received any other information regarding funding possibilities. And in the interim, I just want to remind the community that that Colorado Springs very well may have on their ballot this fall a ballot to legalize recreational marijuana, which could impact our revenues substantially. And also, I think it is also worth bringing up, also in that time frame, I know that Manitou has the high values and would never allow censorship in our community, but there is there's some movement in El Paso County and that could possibly affect the PPLD regarding potential censorship. So I just want you to know that these are all the things, you know, that council takes into consideration. Nobody wants this library built more than I do. Nobody wants this to have our library back, but I do not buy into that we're in a crisis mode, that we've got a fish or cut bait, and if we don't make a decision today, oh my God, the earth's going to crack. We have a functioning PPLD managed library in Manitou that has significantly boosted the makerspace. And while I agree with, I think it was Michael, that is not where I want the permanent home to be, we do have a space for it while we make very good decisions. I'm going to say one more thing, and that is I am very, very concerned about committing one dime to a design that is not finalized. And I'll speak more to that later. Thank you.
If I could make one comment, which is after the January 11th meeting, the task force in collaboration with Kimberly Sherwood did put together an information packet that was sent to Denise Howell and forwarded on to you a couple of weeks later. I forgot. It's in the I don't have a copy of the 90-day report in front of me, but I noted the date that was delivered in the 90-day report. So.
Thank you. Other council comments this time? Okay. Several things. During the break, several people in the audience asked me if they would have the opportunity to ask questions of council, which is, I think, kind of an interesting concept. And given the fact that we've been working on this for a long time, I think maybe there's quite a bit of common sense behind that. We'd be able to have more dialogue. Certainly, council has talked about trying to be receptive to the community. So I think that's makes sense. I guess in following Councilor Chandler's comments, so I have given some thought to this. So I think I'd like to make a few comments right now, and it's going to be in a little bit different tone. Last fall when I was looking for re-election, I talked to various people and about different things, and one of the things that came back very passionately was the library. We need to get a library. What kind of a community are we if we can't get something done? And the library is what a lot of people pointed to. I think the longer we waffle on this, the more we discourage the people who've worked on the task force, the more we lose ground on possible donors. If I was a grant-making body and you came in with an anemic demonstration from your own community, I'd say come back when you've got when you've really got something in the bank that shows me that your community is interested. Council, we need to make decisions. We need to do the most good for the most people for the longest time. Our citizens want the city to demonstrate a vision of the future and to make it happen. As a community, we have a pitiful track record taking care of our assets. This is one of the reasons why this council now finds itself in a current predicament. We've got so many major assets that are just begging for work, that need work. I realize it's daunting. This is work that's been deferred for years. You know, essential question is, will this council be paralyzed and avoid decisions, or will we create a promising vision for the city and resolve our problems? Can we fix one thing and demonstrate that we can do it right? 2 years ago, I sat down with a former city council member to learn how he had handled city finances during a really challenging time. One of the things he told me was they simply took money from allocations that they had made but never intended to use. Ironically, the example he gave me was the library maintenance fund. He said that he never really intended to perform the maintenance on the building anyway, so they took it and used it for other things. It was a time of need. It was really a time of challenges, so maybe they had little choice. But the ease with which he said that just infuriated me. It seemed to be an acceptable accounting method to steal from our future. This is not because it was just the library, but because it speaks to a more general attitude that it's been okay to neglect our assets. As a city, we've kicked the can down the road. We're good. We're Olympic champions when it comes to kicking the can down the road. The can's been kicked down to this city council, and we need to fix it. Game over, I say. Let's fix things. Over the years, city councils have deferred, procrastinated, and seemingly have been afraid to face the facts and make decisions. We cheat our children, letting our assets decline while letting a dilapidated city pass over to future generations, one riddled with ever more intractable problems. Our world is complex, permeated with problems that evade simple answers. We adopt a state of indecision and make paralysis by analysis our norm. However, this council is in an unusual position. We have a healthy financial reserve, and we have enormous demand to use that money to catch up with deferred maintenance programs. Acting on the library now will demonstrate that Manitou Springs is capable of acting with vision. We can show that quality of life for our citizens is important. We'll leave the world better for the next generation. So that's my thoughts. I realize there are a lot of concerns on council. Will we lose the marijuana money? Well, should we push out our decision until November when we see what Colorado Springs decides? Do we want Colorado Springs voters to tell us what our future is, whether our kids can go down and get a book out of the library? No, this is Manitou. It's our destiny. It's our future. It's our life. It's our library. Let's fix it. Let's get it done. I'm in favor of moving quickly. Okay. That said, I said that council would listen to members of the audience. If anyone would like to speak and ask questions of the city, I think we certainly feel like we need to be accountable to you. Is there anyone who would like to speak to us, or Rob, Mary, any of you? Marcy, could you come forward?
You can just Here you go.
I'm not going to tell you. I'll keep it going.
New system. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate those comments, and I appreciate the comments from the other council people. I would like to ask, Councilman Shada, you made some comments that I don't disagree with, but we have been coming back to council for how long?
Yeah, over a year and a half.
Over a year and a half. And you applauded our efforts. You encouraged us to keep moving forward, not you personally, but council. You thought it was great that people in the community were pulling together, which we were. I don't know the 2,000 hours I think that Mary came up with is very legitimate. I didn't even want to put in my hours, but they did it. They put in their own hours. But we have, you are our elected body. And I noticed that everybody that came up here asking for your response to their issues, the 3 or 4 people that did come up, and they all thanked you. They thanked you for being such a responsive council and listening to you, and they thanked you for your vote, and of course they went away happy. but you have to do, some issues are just more challenging than others. And I will, because I'm old and I've been around a long time, I will reflect back on the one issue. Most councils like to leave something for the people to remember you by. In my case, it was the council that I was fortunate enough to chair wanted to leave that feeling too. And we had quite a lot of discussions about downtown redevelopment and changing those poles that lined the downtown. And you're nodding your head because I know you were very passionate about that. And that was not an easy project. Somewhat like the library, in a sense. We had to go and look for money. We were fortunate that our neighbor to the east was fairly kind to us with their figuring out how much we really owe them and how much they could do as being just a good neighbor. So what I'm saying to you tonight is that it seems to me that you just really have to get off well, I don't want to say that. That's not, forget that. Because that's not very courteous and it's not very diplomatic either. But I'm serious about the need, the task force, we're not going to stick around forever. I know I'm not. I think, well, I may have no choice in the matter, in my case. But the whole point that I want to make to you tonight is that this library can be something that you can look back to in 5 or 10 years or whenever. And will they remember the other little things that you really worked on and they were difficult to get through? But the public who come here, who live here now, but and also will be coming here to live in the next few years, you'll be able to say that one of the best things you ever did when you were sitting on council is that you made the effort to find the money and start digging the hole or the extension or the expansion or the renovation for that library. And I think you need to think about what you will be leaving behind as a council. And that doesn't say, Councilman, that paperwork is necessary, absolutely. But interestingly enough, we never got that feeling from I didn't, from this council, that you were ready to sit down with us as a council in a work session and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. You meeting collectively as a council, never gave us that kind of guidance. You don't like, you wouldn't want any money to go out, or you want $100,000 to go out from the city, or you want $500,000, or you want that $1 million. The point is, we never heard and received guidance from collectively the entire council. And I think to push it back on us now and say, well, I need this and I need that and I need this. Well, I never heard that. And I've come to the meetings. I've been at home listening to the meetings. But it seems to me that you're right, we're not the council. We don't vote. None of us, we're just voters. We're just volunteers now. And volunteers need help. So I am suggesting very strongly that we're just at our wits' end because we don't know what to do anymore. We can keep coming back to you with progress, but we can't make the progress we want to make because we're not the elected officials.
Understood. Thank you, Marcy. Don't mean to cut you off. Did you have additional comments, or is that okay? Would anyone in council like to respond or ask questions to Marcy? John? Yeah, please.
Marcy, you're exactly right. in all the years I've known you, you've almost never been wrong. And I have no problem tonight in making some kind of a financial commitment. But I do think in the next few months, it's really critical, okay, that we circle the wagons. I have not heard anybody on this council who's not committed to returning the library to that location. And I've talked to everybody. There's nobody, okay? So.
But then I suggest, excuse me,
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, but
Sure.
because John is someone I've known for 20 or 30 years, then I suggest that you make the commitment, and then I suggest that the financial end of it be worked on jointly between the volunteers and the council and your financial people, and we get that done.
And I would agree with you. Okay, this council, and I'm not giving any excuses, but we have tried to navigate, okay, through Zoom and not having very many work sessions, okay? Very difficult times, okay, of us trying to make sure that we honor all our employees, that we have a sound financial picture. We navigated through that in COVID, I think, in flying colors, all right? And I think this council knows how fortunate we were to kind of navigate through that. And I'm in total agreement with you. I think we need to be much more collaborative, okay, going forward in work sessions, rolling our sleeves up around the table, dealing with the elephants in the room, okay, all right? Calling them out, working on them, being adults, okay? And I think the library project's at a critical phase, and I want you to know personally that I give you my personal commitment, okay, to us seeing this through, okay?
Well, I appreciate
Thank
those
you.
comments, and I appreciate all of you on council. I mean, I know what the work is like, so it's not that I don't understand. It was time-consuming. It consumed my life for the 6 years that I was on council and the mayor. So I really know what you put up with, but I just had to come up and tell you this because that library meant a great deal to me when my children were young, and I used it all the time. But I can't now use that library even if it was open, because I have some physical problems now, and I cannot use the library because my physical conditions of getting up the steps. And I just suggest that I'm sure there are other people in this community that have the same problem as I do.
Thank you, Marcy. Oh, Judith?
I wasn't sure if Julie wanted to say anything, but if not, I do have some comments.
Okay.
Has she indicated she wants this? Okay.
I'm willing to hold off. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you. In that case, Judith, you have the floor.
So I do want to echo what Councilor Shada has said. I too have talked to everybody on council, and there isn't anyone on council that doesn't want to see this library project go through. And I have to tell you that I really, Marcy, understand. I feel that this library issue has probably been one of the most emotional roller coasters I've been on as a council member. I've gone to meetings, I've had coffee with people, I've been to the Green Horse Gallery 3 times, I've sat on the library lawn for 2 or 3 hours with Councilor Shada talking. Yeah, this is a big deal, and I want everybody in this room to know how committed we are. There was a comment made that construction and funding are braided together. And this is one of my primary concerns. I'm going to put the elephant right out there in the room. So I really appreciate the fact that finally we are talking about the conceptual and final are two different things. And that was mentioned in the packet more than once. And I quote, Ratio Architects, the architectural firm hired by the City of Manitou, obtained city approval on the conceptual design and is making steady progress on the final design with a target completion date of October 2022. So at the, so I was here for the, for several of the in-person meetings, including on the February 23rd, and I attended the Zoom meeting the following day. And I also met with a very robust group led by Tina Reister and her group that had spent many hours constructing a model on an alternative plan and then a scaled-down version. And then I heard subsequently that some people have gotten in, the, somebody's kitchen or a back room or the back alley and have talked about some ways that we can, make some alterations. And I'm grateful. Those are the conversations we should be having. My problem with that is I want any design consideration fully vetted, and by fully vetted, I mean a licensed architect has drawn it up, including a 3D visual model, and that we include vetting both of the designs that were brought to the community. So the Tina Reister community project, there were many people in this community that thought that that was a really great design. And so if we are going to can really have the best design we can possibly have, I don't think we need to slow this horse down. I've worked on many capital projects before. There are usually two phases. Like you said, seed money and then community and donations. It doesn't always have to work that way. It's beautiful when it does, but you've already had a $10,000 donation, so you're already doing the community campaign part. And I'm sure everybody in this room and everybody that has sent us an email passionately supporting the library is going to get out their wallet and write a check. I'm sure they are. But right now, you're sitting on $342,478.50, and I would like to see the two alternate or whatever alternate version has been discussed between the Tina Reister group and the task force and the actual model design fully vetted and a community engagement meeting so that the community can come and look at those designs and make a final determination of the design that they feel is the best for this community.
Can I respond?
Mr. Dannon, please.
Yes, in terms of the work that the community group that you made reference to and the latest design that they have proposed for the expansion, which you all received copies of, I believe it was David Ball's architectural drawings. Not that he's necessarily an architect, but I think he did a good job of depicting what I believe to be the culmination of ongoing conversations with Tina's group amongst themselves, but also with members of our task force. That was brought to Council's attention on March 22nd, that the initial conversations were taking place. Since that time, notes were submitted to Council by Mary Polvemacher and to all of Tina's group and to the task force. And in talking with the group tonight during the break, I shared my thoughts as just someone who loves libraries and wants to see it happen, as well as my role in the task force. And I don't see it necessarily as two separate designs. And what they said, and I have a copy of Eric's email, very encouraging, of taking their suggestions with the suggestions that the rest of the community has done for over the last year and combining the two and allowing us to therefore move forward. Because if we have to redo the design, you're talking about a year and a half's work having to start over again. So I'm looking at it as not two separate designs, but the two designs merging. And if it can work and allow us to still move forward and you want a licensed architect, we have one, and have him come back. He's looking at it. He's encouraging from what was expressed earlier tonight, and I think we can find middle ground and move forward. So I'm very encouraged.
And what would be the timeline for bringing that back and to have a community engagement meeting around a 3D model of the compromise design? And also, I did mention I would like to see if the original Reister design, the very scaled down model, can be considered. I'll promise you one thing. I think that this council can come together. I won't speak for anybody else. I'll speak for myself. Considers this library very important, and I would say it's a priority capital project. I also feel that we are very close to saying, yes, we're going to finance it. It may not be tonight because I think we do need to get some more information, but it's really close. But one of the things that it's really hitching on is taking a look at that, letting the community vet that compromise model, and I don't think that it will take that long. If it's that close, I would wonder why it would take another year and a half. So.
No, I'm saying if you redo the entire conceptual model that was approved by council back in November and want to start over again, as it has been suggested just recently, then it's a lost year and a half.
Denise?
Yeah, one thing is the next process for this is the HPC, which is a public process, right? So everybody will be able to present at that because it has to go through the HPC process now to be for the state historical guidelines and our historical guidelines through the historical district. So that's the normal process for this, is it goes through the HPC, which I think is minimum of one meeting, if not a few more than that.
It's my understanding it's most likely to be 2 meetings because they would have one to consider the exterior, one for the interior, and that's if things go well, and then it would also have to go through planning. So if things were slam dunk, it would still take 3 months. I think there is some room for tweaking and consideration that's built into the process. I'm scared to extend it beyond that. I think there's latitude in there to address concerns. Michelle?
I move that we postpone this item until our meeting on May 17th, 2022. During the postponement, staff is directed to have architectural, sorry, I wrote this out. Staff is directed to have architectural drawings prepared by a licensed architect which reflect the proposals depicted in the neighborhood model. The architect is also directed to present plausible floor plans, elevation views, and conceptual cost analysis on par with those that were presented in November of 2021. In addition, staff is also directed to obtain an updated cost analysis of the November 2021 drawing because costs may have changed since November. This will facilitate a cost comparison between the architectural drawings. Staff is also directed to coordinate an in-person community engagement which allows the public to compare and contrast the neighborhood model versus the November 2021 plan.
I'll second that for discussion purposes. Michelle, I wanted to ask you.
Excuse me, is motion accepted? We can discuss. Okay, go ahead, John.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, the city administrator talked about the process, and the mayor did, of the HPC. Does that happen after the concerns you have? I assume that's what you're wanting? Is it we would have a robust community engagement process and then coalesce around a design and then move that through the HPC process? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify kind of what you were wanting. And so that is 60 days? I'm sorry?
By May 15th, it's about, 45 days.
45
I am
days.
not sure I can do all that in 45 days. So if we look at, you want all those details, I would have to get with the architect and see what they can do and when. I'm going to guess it's probably going to take, I don't want to guess. I need to go back and ask the architect. It will also increase the price of the architect, so I would need to get those costs too, because that's addition to their current contract.
Could I make a comment on this?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So the current draft schedule has the target date to go for the first meeting to HPC by the ratio is May 4th. That meeting would be the one where they would come with a design that incorporates the comments made at both community meetings through other emails and also from the community group and the model that Tina and her group has commented on and the sketches that they submitted as concepts. Those sketches that they submitted, the major change was with the roof of the addition to the south. And those are the quotes that you heard read by a couple of the community members were quotes from the email back from the architect talking about that input. So while due diligence needs to be done to make sure what can be done, the comments back were very favorable. And in fact, a subsequent meeting that Denise Howell had with the person hired to be a consultant on grant writing, who made some preliminary discussions with HP's, the Historic Preservation Commission, State Historic Preservation, is that the kind of comments made by this group are things that commission would ask for anyway, which is to make a nice distinction between the historical structure and the addition. And so rather than having the big roof that tries to emulate what's on there now, having something more modern and distinctive actually follows the guidelines from the state. So I say all of that to say that I think moving forward with the target date of May 4th to see the design will serve that. It will not meet the condition that Michelle as councilperson Weatherholt has made about costing, but costing is a expensive endeavor, and so you'd have to consider how detailed a costing you really want to do to take this forward. My understanding is the architects are trying to stay within the budget that they've already given of 3.4 for 3.2. So.
Councilor Fortune?
Yeah, I will not be able to support that motion because I don't believe in laying a brand new process over an existing process, which I think has proven to be very effective. I think that Tina's group has been listened to, and if we just. Anyway, I can't support the motion as stated. I also want to say that I am completely supportive and will vote for, if anyone makes the motion, that we are absolutely committed that the library will be in the Carnegie building. I don't think that that's open. I don't want to leave that open for further negotiation. And I'll comment more as the discussion goes on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Chandler?
Point of clarification on your motion, Councilor Weatherholt, did you say that you wanted the, what seems to be the compromise, I'll call it the compromise plan, and the scaled down model, both vetted? Could you clarify that?
Yes, both models.
Okay. So I would be willing to support a reasonable postponement to vet those designs and in the interim in order to not slow this process down at all, because I think Marcy Morrison made a really good point that we have not been robust enough in talking about these funding plans and how we're going to fund them and what $1 million loan would look like, that in the interim council make that a priority and we sit down and talk about those issues while these designs are being vetted and we look at a community engagement, so we don't have to slow down this process. Thank you.
Could I ask for clarification on what is the scaled down model? Because my understanding is they're one and the same. So the existing design and if by scaled down you mean the roof line of the addition, then I understand. But if you mean anything other than that, I'm quite confused.
And if I could add to that, yeah, because it is confusing. I hear plural in terms of that, and we need to clarify with Tina's group. But and I did speak with her briefly. What I understood is taking the conceptual design that was approved by council back in November, making modifications to the south part, particularly the roof line. Maybe not just that, but primarily that. I think as our task force is we support that as a possibility to look at. Eric, the ratio architect, is supportive of looking at that. So as Mary just said, and I've said it earlier tonight, I see those as a merging of one design, not competing designs. Taking what's been proposed and approved by you, tweaking it with the ideas shared by the other community group, and coming forward with that as a particular design moving forward.
Mr. Shada?
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Okay.
Sorry,
Well,
I just totally just vanished on me.
Okay,
You'll have
all
to
right.
come back to me if
Okay.
it comes back. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Natalie was.
Nancy? Well, you hold out now. Okay, Natalie, you go, and then Nancy, and then John. Hold your thought, John.
I'm also I'm comfortable with the current process. I do believe going to HPC will allow for robust community engagement and the ability to be thoughtful in the designs, in the library design. So I am more interested in the conversations around funding the project. And so I guess in my head, when we're talking about timelines, I'm looking at our June budget discussion and really committing to dedicating time to talking through this and really, setting, July 5th potentially or an early council meeting in July, depending on where council meetings land, to make committed, thoughtful, courageous next steps.
Thank you. I think, Nancy, I believe you're next.
Yeah, I too am not prepared to commit funding tonight, mainly because I want to be able to commit as much as I am comfortable with, and I am not there tonight. I want to have council to sit down and put this request in context of the rest of the city's requirements. And I would like council to commit to a robust budget discussion about how we are going to treat our, quote, current reserve, and the best way to do that, because I see a number of other projects within the city that we've not prioritized at all, nor have we prioritized the library as a group. So I would really like as a council for us to commit to that discussion before we decide on how much we want to, and I would like to do that sooner, well, probably right after the HPC, because I would also like to wait until the HPC makes their determination on this, because I think at that point, I just don't see a need in having another community process. There's existing community processes, and I think that the designs, quote, designs are so close now that it's inappropriate use of resources.
Working with them, it looks to me like that's getting resolved, that turbulence is being satisfied, and it's going over to our architect. I also completely don't want to burn out the task force. Task force, you've got a lot of work ahead of you raising money. I can understand that you're feeling beaten up by these delays. So you're a profound resource that the city has, and I'd like to see you catch stride as you get into the funding portion of this. The request to have city staff to jump through hoops by May, I think, is unrealistic. It is perhaps news that city staff does work pretty hard, that they have a lot going on. If they dropped doing everything they had, maybe they could do something on this, but what's the purpose of it? It simply derails what we've already got going. I think in many ways we're close to having portions of this problem solved. Personally, I'd be willing to make a financial commitment tonight. There's another motion on the floor, so I won't go into that. But and I would be willing to make that commitment subject to contingencies, like Natalie, I think, made the good suggestion, July the 5th. Somewhere along in there, we could tighten up our budget. Task force could, I think, move forward with some funding, and we could resolve the outstanding details on design. So that's my thought. I think we can go from where we're at and play hard and get this thing done. I'm not interested in starting the process over. This process began 25 years ago. The city at that time annually budgeted $5,000 for the library. It would cost $10,000 at that time to get architect's drawings to make the building ADA compliant. And so what happened? Nothing happened in terms of ADA. We're in this mess because we've been kicking the can down the road for 25 years. If we can get things resolved in a few months, that's fine. But if we're going to kick the can down the road, I see the task force getting discouraged, walking out. I see that building just sitting there vacant for a long time. I think the library this is its chance. We need to act on it. We need to do it now. Michelle.
I just want to say that I believe it was Mary or Kim who talked about the library being a priority. I do understand that we do have other projects in line, but for me personally, I will make the library a priority.
Thank you.
Did
Judy?
Councilor Shader remember his, because he was next?
Yeah, John, yeah, okay.
I wrote it down so that I had a placekeeper. To me, I'm like Mayor Graham tonight. I spent a lot of time going through our budget. I spent a lot of time paying attention to all the financial reporting that our city administrator gives us, okay, and tracking that. I think I'm pretty well known on this council as kind of the spreadsheet king of numbers. And so I am fully ready to make a financial commitment to this, but this is what I want in return. I want a much more robust community engagement process, okay, to close in on a design, okay? I do believe that things were very crippled during the whole COVID process. I watched people struggling with Zoom. I watched people trying to figure out what the drawings were from Ratio, from PDF forms. Not everybody is as clever and as sharp as David Ball is, who's able to pop things up on his Adobe thing and zoom in and cut and paste, okay? All right? So if there's anything I think we learned, okay, this business during Zoom and the pandemic, a lot of things didn't work, okay? Our kids didn't get a very good education trying to sit at home peering at screens, okay? And so I guess I want us to recommit to figuring out how we, in the next 90 days, okay, have complete closure, okay, on what this design is. I want a full understanding of this $1 million loan thing, okay? I'm willing to make this kind of a capstone kind of commitment, okay, of this council and drive this council from that standpoint, okay? And I do believe that, Mary, that you're correct. It's very difficult for us as a small city to have lots of balls in the air and do them all really well, okay? And we have lots of balls in the air. And I think this is something that is worthy of that front position. So I totally agree with you. As I see this, and the maker of the motion we might have to try and get her to kind of modify it. For me, I've talked to the mayor about this, about us sharpening our pencil on this project. I think this happens in every kind of project. You have lots of want-to-haves, and then you look at the price tag, and then you look at your budget. And then you have to try and figure out how it's all going to fit. And if it doesn't fit, it can't be done. So I believe that this ought to be a two-track process in the next 90 days. A commitment on the part of the community to have closure on this design and know exactly what we're going to build. And then simultaneously, sit down and work sessions or task force meetings or whatever it takes to figure out, like, this $1 million magic, okay, of this loan. How does that work? What's that look like? What is the commitment of the library district in terms of for this rent? How do we think that this match money could be used to pay this off? How does that look? I want to make sure that fits together and that's really legal. And then I want this community be really, really clear as to what the residual funds we have to raise are, okay? And again, I would prefer not to move dirt up there until we have 95%, not 80%, 95%, so we know we can complete this project. That's my tepid proposal, is sort of kind of a, to me tonight, the pencil that I kind of drew up with in looking in the budget is that I'm willing to commit to $1.2 million, okay? The elephant in the room, all right? And try and figure out how we do that. Like Nancy, I think she's committed to this project. I'm committed to that amount, okay, as a starter. But like I say, I don't want magic to happen at the end with the 20%. I'm very uncomfortable with that. Okay? I want to have a real clear idea where this $1 million loan thing, how that works. And I want to have Denise fully franchised and shaking her head going, yes, this works. This makes sense. And our finance office is totally behind it. Okay? And I laud you guys' efforts to meet with, our financial people in Denver. But all I have is just an oral report from you. I need to see something in writing. Okay, I want to see all the components pulled together as a community, and I think we can do that in 90 days. That's my proposal. Now, I don't know what we do with the motion on the floor, but that's my speech. I think I'm done with my speeches tonight. Thank you.
May I comment, Mayor?
Thank God.
Thank you, John. Councilor Chandler?
Okay, so I am committed to funding this library project, but not this evening for all of the reasons everyone just said. This design is not finalized. It has not gone through HPC. This council we have not gotten in a room together and talked about the 3 funding levels, what it means. We don't have in my personal opinion, the financial information we need to decide what building we put on the chopping block when we look for this. This council wants to fund this library, but it is our responsibility to make sure that we do it right, and we never get into a situation, no matter what might be happening in the world or in Colorado Springs or El Paso County. So I would make a friendly amendment to the motion to extend it to 90 days and keep this momentum going with the same criteria that Councilor Shada just mentioned. the design, and the council needs to get in a room and talk about how we're going to fund this project.
Question then, Judith. If we met this Saturday, locked ourselves in a room all day and worked on this and got our job done, would you be in favor of that? Okay, well, maybe it looks to me like
I'm available.
Council's complaining here that we don't have enough information. I look at slides after slides after slides. I feel like I'm reasonably well informed. Do I know every detail? No. Do you ever know any detail? I mean, the final detail before you start a project? I don't think so.
Would we have that information by Saturday? Denise?
Yeah, Mayor, again, Robin remember we're changing financial planners, so I would have to check with Becca to see if I can have everything ready by Saturday.
I'm sorry, I realize that puts an unreasonable demand on city staff, so I was kind of, I guess, speaking rhetorically. It seems to me like council's the one that seems to be coughing on this subject, and we're balking. And I mean, this boils into many things. I've heard concerns from council that, Colorado Springs might get marijuana. Okay, so are we going to wait till November? I'm not in favor of that. We need to have need to have every capital improvement that's in front of the city? The Hiawatha Gardens has been cooking for 5 years. I don't think we're going to have the detailed information on that. The swimming pool study is not going to be, I don't think we're going to have that till next September. No, we're not going to have everything. So what's going to be our criteria? Wait forever and get nothing done? I think we have a lot of data. I would be in favor of doing something tonight, make it a commitment. If council wants to put some contingencies on it, I could live with that, certainly. I mean, John, you mentioned a few things, that it goes through the HPC and the planning process. It's got to do that anyway. That's hardly, something you need to stipulate, but we could make that as part of a stipulation for the funding. Council needs to go over the budget. That's clearly true. That'd be our job. I'm happy to do that. You had mentioned 1.2 million, I believe. I think that would be an attractive starter and get us off dead center. But we do have a motion and a second before the floor.
We have a motion and a second, and I call the question.
Okay, so now we have to vote on whether we're going to vote. So it takes a two-thirds majority, so we're going to vote on the question. Okay, all in favor of voting on the question, vote.
Think about it.
Does everyone understand that? Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm not sure everybody understands what they're voting on.
Okay. We're just voting to call the question. So if at least five of us vote to call the question, then that's a vote to vote, okay? The first vote doesn't decide the issue at hand, okay? All right, so look. Yeah.
I think to clarify this, calling the question like this is just essentially trying to terminate conversation. So if this fails, we can continue conversing.
Right.
Okay. If it doesn't, then we immediately have to vote on the
We can
question.
vote.
Is
And
that
I think
correct
we're
there,
pretty-
Mr. Parker?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And I think we're pretty close
Thank
to
you.
vote
I'm
anyway.
sort of-
So
sometimes I find I'm the junior parliamentarian. Thank you.
Yeah, you're the senior here.
okay, everybody, let's go ahead and vote.
Julie, you said yes?
Yes, I'd like to call the question, thanks.
That was a yes.
Okay, so we have a 6-1 vote in favor with Councilor Shada voting against.
Okay, thank you.
I still want to talk, but anyway, thank you.
Understood. Okay, Michelle, would you please restate the motion before we vote on it?
I do have a question. So when I read...
We voted to call the question.
right,
Discussion is over. You're just going to need to state the motion.
Same
Yeah.
exact,
Yes, the
even
same
the
exact.
date.
Yeah.
Okay. I move that we postpone this item until our meeting on May 17th, 2022. During the postponement, staff is directed to have architectural drawings prepared by a licensed architect which reflect the proposals depicted in the neighborhood model. The architect is also directed to present plausible floor plans, elevation views, and conceptual cost analysis on par with those that were presented in November 2021. In addition, staff is also directed to obtain an updated cost analysis of the November 2021 drawing because costs may have changed since November. This will facilitate a cost comparison between the architectural drawings. Staff is also directed to coordinate an in-person community engagement which allows the public to compare and contrast the neighborhood model versus the November 2021 plan.
Thank you. No, it's too late for that, Julie. We're calling the question. We had this.
But when we called the question, it was already a friendly amendment on the floor, so perhaps I was confused.
Okay, yeah. So we're
I
going
thought we were calling the question as to the motion with the. Okay, that's fine. I'll withdraw.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, council, let's vote.
Judy, I vote yes.
And so the motion passes with 4 yeses and 3 no votes. The no votes are Councilor Johnson, Mayor Graham, and Councilor Fortune.
Thank you. Just a side note, when we do something like this, you understand that we're saddling city staff with a lot of work. So I think it would only be fair to say what things should come off the plate. Okay. Just understand that there's not an infinite supply of resources in the city, whether it's money or time, city staff time. Let's be thoughtful about that.
And if I may ask Michelle, Councilor Weatherholt, if you wouldn't mind emailing me that motion, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yes.
I can do that.
Mayor, I will do research and let you know if I can hit this deadline. This is a very aggressive with our architect and everything else, so I'm going to have to reach out to them and let you know whether we can hit it, and I will send it out to everyone, and then you'll need to bring it back for an agenda item if we cannot hit this deadline.
I understand. I understand that we've asked the impossible. We're done on this item. Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's go ahead and get back to it. Let's take our seats. Let's get started.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just for the record, Counselor Wolf has dropped off the meeting.
Okay, if the minutes would reflect that, and that's as of 9:22 or possibly earlier.
Right, at the break, she dropped off.
Okay, very good, thank you. And just as a follow-on, Denise, you had said that you would do an assessment and see how realistic it was to get all that information together. It seems to me in the context of that, we may be encountering some additional budget concerns, some additional costs, so if you'd make that available to council or at your earliest convenience, let us know what the additional work is costing.
You bet. And I will say, I don't think it will be in the next 2 days. It's going to be a week to 2 weeks out before I can get you all that information, because I'm going to have to talk to several entities.
I understand. And also, if there's other things that have to fall off your plate, let us know. Okay?
You'll bring me ice cream?
Yeah, I'd be happy to bring you ice cream if that would fix the situation. Thank you. Okay. Great. Okay, so as the evening continues, next item is presentation of Manitou Springs Capital A and B project lists funded by Pikes Peak Rural Transportation Authority and adoption of resolution number 0822, a resolution approving the proposed PPRTA ballot initiative programs for calendar years 2025 to 2034, 10 years of work. And our presenters are Jeff Jones from Public Works and our city engineer, Dole Rubenik.
Mayor, may I speak real quick?
Sure.
May I ask for the floor? You guys have the PowerPoint in your packet, and I think you've had a chance to look at it. Instead of going through it slide by slide, could they just give a very quick overview of what they're proposing? Because I think you guys will all agree with it and that we can move forward because we still have 3 executive sessions to move
I understand. Yes, I think that's an excellent idea. And I think in one of the documents it basically just showed the A and the B list information. So if you guys don't feel short-changed, you could just show us the very essentials, and we'll be quick.
Absolutely. We'll go over a real quick overview. It won't hurt our feelings one bit, and then we'll go to the money portion of it, which is the main part, if that's okay. Let's see if you get these up.
Jeff, you may just be able to go to the money one and see if they can get the approval there, and then if they need more overview, we can go back.
Okay, let me just start off on the purpose here real quick. It'll take me 2 seconds. So Jeff Jones, Public Works Director. To my left, Doug Grabinick, City Engineer. The purpose of the presentation is to provide a proposal for capital A and B projects for years 2025-2034, funded by Pikes Peak Rural Transportation Authority. And also we have included a resolution number 0822 for your approval. Basically, we are here they've voted to extend the RTA past 2024 into 2025 through 2034. And then we'll go to the money portion of it. We'll just discuss what that's about.
Good evening. Here's the money information. If you have any questions, let me know. This is all from PPRTA. We're just reporting it back to you. Let's go to the next slide, please. This gives you a little insight into how the allocation breaks down. It's based on population and our percentage. I did want to point out that this is the total amount allocated. You can see the 3 major categories. There's a capital allocation, capital improvements 55%. There is a 10-year I'm sorry, there's a maintenance allocation 45%, and actually the math doesn't add up, but there is actually a 10% transit allocation that actually goes off the top from PPRTA to Mountain Metro. Yeah, next slide. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so here's the guts of it, Mr. Mayor. When PPRTA was set up, that there is a priority A list and a priority B list. Priority A list was the majority of what everybody wanted to be done, but they created a priority B list for the just in case you worked through the A list, because you are only allowed to spend RTA dollars on what shows up on the voter approved ballot initiative. So if you do not identify what projects you want to spend money on, you are not allowed to spend RTA money on it. This happened to one of the other smaller communities. They didn't have enough projects. They actually finished their projects and they were not able to use the last 3 years of their allocation because they didn't identify them on their list. So what we have done, and this is a little bit confusing because they're called projects because PPRTA calls it the priority project list, but we actually are proposing programs which are an overarching language which allows any sub-projects that meet those criteria to be utilized. So the decision for those projects that fall into the program would then lie within the community, within the city, within 5-year capital improvement projects, within the city's visions and goals. But this is all that the voters would see on the ballot initiative when it comes up for reapproval in 2025. Oh, thank you. Also want to point out one of the nice things about using it as programs is that and we're using it right now for the MAPS job is it's the local match, but we can use RTA dollars as the local match for other state and federal grants. You know, since this is still several years out, we don't even know necessarily what grants we'd be applying for in 2026, 2027. So this gives us the flexibility to have this be our local match to match the federal and state dollars as well.
Great, thank you. Mr. Jones?
I'd just like to add that we did get direction from PPRTA to make these programs versus projects, because when you have a project, you're stuck to that project from cradle to grave. With programs, it covers a larger area and it gives you more leeway. Several things fall within that program, so there's a lot of leeway to do those several different projects within a program, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you. Denise?
Mayor, I just want to give both Dole and Jeff and Roy kudos for thinking outside the box. This hasn't been done, and it was the three of them came together and met and really started thinking outside the box of how to do it, which gives us a lot of flexibility. And depending on what happens, of course, we've talked about with the budget, this still allows us to do a lot of capital projects as match money and not be specific, but allow us to meet the needs per year. So I really do want to give those three a lot of kudos for how they thought about this, which is an unusual way to think about it, but the right way to think about it in this small community.
Okay, yes, thank you. And I'd like to add on to that. I serve on the PPRTA Board of Directors, and the A and the B list projects, when you get into the city of Colorado Springs and El Paso County, you spend an entire afternoon going through this very dry, very rigorous spreadsheet where everything is dictated to you. To have this degree of flexibility for both the capital and the maintenance funds, and to be able to leverage that against federal grants, I think that's huge. This is almost like they wrote us a blank check relative to what they normally do. So, gentlemen, you've done a very, very fine job. I hope Colorado Springs and El Paso County don't adopt this. It could just let them run without any restraint. So, appreciate that. Sorry, Council, Dole, do you have a comment?
I was just going to add, they're actually very jealous that we can do this and they cannot. So
I think a couple of them were teasing me about this the other time. They were actually lamenting they didn't know how many bridges they had in El Paso County. Great. Council, questions or comments for Jeff or Dole? Natalie?
So I was trying to think of like what was maybe missing, and the only thing I could come up with, which I don't think is really even missing, I think it's probably in there, is signage. And, I think you could say roadway reconstruction would include signage, or trail improvements might include signage, but I didn't know if it was worth having a signage program.
So that's not a bad question. You can't just use PPRT just for signage alone. If you're reconstructing an intersection, you can reconstruct it, and with that, striping and signage can go with it.
Great, thank you.
And you're bringing up a good point, because we also mentioned safety and mobility, which we could justify as signage. So that's kind of how this language is hopefully general and broad enough.
Other questions or comments from council? Okay. If not, the recommended action is to approve a resolution. Yeah, let's see, and the resolution was included in the packet. So, I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution. I'm sorry.
Brushing my hair, but I have it here.
I'm sorry.
City Council, I move City Council approve Resolution 0822 to proceed with proposed PPRTA ballot initiative projects. Resolution number 0822, a resolution approving the proposed PPRTA ballot initiative programs for calendar years 2025 to 2034.
I second.
We have a second. Okay, we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Okay, apparently not. Let's go ahead and vote. All in favor say aye, or vote green. All opposed, vote red.
All right, Mayor, so we have a 6-0 vote in favor.
Great, thank you. Gentlemen, sorry to cut you short, but you got done what you had. Okay, we could probably take lessons from you guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, next item, resolution numbers 0622, a resolution updating the universal fee schedule. Yeah, Kevin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Purpose tonight is, as you stated, Mr. Mayor, to update the universal fee schedule by resolution. The background to this is the parking rates and incentives were presented to the Mobility and Parking Board at the February 22nd meeting. The Mobility and Parking Board unanimously approved the proposed parking rates and zones to a 6-0 vote with one excused. The proposal was then presented to City Council on March 8th work session and then discussed again at the March 15th regular meeting. At that meeting, it was requested a joint meeting with the Mobility and Parking Board. That meeting was held March 29th, 2022. City Council provided direction to staff to move forward with amendments. The amendments are as follows: 1 to 3 hours, $2 an hour; 4 to 5 hours, $5 an hour; 6+ hours would be $10 an hour. These rates are to take effect May 15th. We recommend that the resolution be passed to move forward with the progressive parking rates and incentives.
Thank you. Council, of course, we had this, it was redlined in our council packets. Are there any questions or comments? Michelle?
I just have a quick question. Are we still keeping the 30 minutes free?
The 30-minute free option is staying.
Because I had a friend come see me today and that option was not available.
I received several phone calls about that. I did put a service ticket in with T2. Everything on the back end in our office is correct. I believe it's a malfunction further back.
Okay.
I did submit a service ticket.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Natalie?
I'm just wondering, and I guess this is more of a question for Denise, is there a way, and our council as well, but a way to include, a plan to work with the chamber to help educate the business community?
And let Roy respond, because he's been working with Alex and they've been talking about that. So I'll let Roy.
Yeah, so Alex and Kevin and I have been talking about how we're going to get the message out there. And so Alex, of course, the genius with the getting the message together. We had a good discussion just yesterday. Have a plan to even getting out to the businesses, walking out there. Keep in mind one thing we really want to push that's maybe been hidden just because of the pricing is the pass cards for the businesses. And talking to a few business owners, they said they would love to be able to hand out the information to folks. So an example of that information, we're going to make cards for them to hand out that special incentive. And again, that allows them to buy the metering price at a lower fee, so they're actually staying to where they are, and that's for local business, local customers. So information like that needs to get out there. We're going to make flyers. We're going to reach out. And Leslie and I do talk to each other, and we'll continue that on the best way to get the information out. Monday night, I believe, or Monday morning is going to be the police are running a business counterfeit class, and we're going to go ahead and talk then to the business how this works, and try to let everyone know in every kind of arena we can. So we are definitely making this a high priority after talking to some business owners, and also utilizing them as they're out there every day talking to these customers, so they feel they need to be able to give the information. So we're going to make sure that happens. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for Kevin?
I just have a quick question.
Judith?
At the last meeting, I believe it was Councilor Shada brought it up. Will there be any signage on the kiosk itself listing the parking rates? That will happen? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That's all.
Okay, anything else? Okay, Kevin, I think we've got some members here from the audience who would want to have the opportunity to make comments. So, Kevin, if you could take a seat, we may need to call you back. Are there individuals in the audience who would like to speak to this? Anyone out there? Julia?
And Mayor, I did have a card that was submitted earlier. I don't know if this person's still here, but it was Julia.
Julia Wright?
Right.
Yeah, okay, this is Julia. Okay. So, Julia, if you'll come in and give us your name and address.
Julia Wright, 106 Ruxton, Manitou Springs. I've been a resident here since 1976 and a business owner since then. I wrote you all a letter and I got a response of 2 people. I got it. I am very distressed that of all the people that were sitting at that work session last Tuesday, not one of you, not one of them at any of the tables are a business owner downtown. And you're making the decisions that are going to affect business owners downtown. I was going to read the letter, but almost everyone behind me now has read it also, and you have. I don't understand why at a work session where it was set up like this to be allowed people to talk, and once again, you put us at the end of a meeting when almost every business owner has left. Some of them because they have to be up in the morning to work early hours. I don't understand some of the places that you used for the report. Reading in the bulletin, and it said it was Auckland, New Zealand. It was one of the reports, the studies that you looked at. That's not how Americans think. They're not from Auckland, New Zealand. That's not how they're going to react to parking. Our residents already are put off from coming downtown. Colorado Springs people are put off from coming downtown. By having this rates changing so much, I do hope you will consider at least 3 hours to keep a rate steady. We have people that come here to eat and then shop. You can't do that in 2 hours and make a decision like, what am I going to do? I'm going to have lunch or am I going to shop? You're going to affect a lot of businesses in town in ways you have no idea of what you're doing. And I am upset, obviously, that there isn't a single business owner that put in the time on this report or these fees that you're projecting. that you did not have anyone on any of your boards or the council that have businesses downtown.
Thank you.
Did anyone have any response to my letter other than I got it? I would have appreciated.
Thank you for sending it. I appreciated reading it, and I think we need to be very proactive in communicating with businesses. I would also certainly encourage a business owner, if they haven't done so already. I don't believe we have any business owners on the Mobility and Parking Board, and I would certainly encourage business owners to who also live in Manitou to apply for the Mobility and Parking Board.
Okay.
And at least attend their meetings as well. Thanks.
Yeah, Judith?
Julia, before you go away, I did want to tell you that I did plan to bring up in council correspondence, which of course will be later, another issue that I thought was very valid in your email, and that is how we conduct meetings when people are present. So I did get your email, and I will be bringing that up, so just so you know.
Yeah, that was very disturbing. We sat through how many hours, and not one of us was invited to talk.
Julia, perhaps I should explain the policy, and it's one that I've largely enforced, but it was in place before I became mayor, was that the work sessions are for city council to get work done. So typically the conversation is limited to council and whoever is presenting. So it's not open mic night for the general public. That's at regular meetings like tonight.
I have been at work sessions that if someone had something relative to talk about, that they were allowed and invited to speak. I understand that most of them are not like that, but you had a dozen business owners sitting in the audience, and at least one of us would love to have spoken. So, and it was set up like this. It looked like we were going to be allowed.
Yeah, John has a question for you, Julia.
I'm very sensitive to your comment about the 1, 2, 3 hours. Okay. So I believe what's before us tonight, and I do want your feedback directly. Okay. And I apologize for whatever the hitches were that you guys weren't engaged before. And I think we can try and do better. So what I do want to ask a question about is the fee schedule that's before us tonight, and Mr. Cheney and Ms. Howell can correct me if I'm wrong. For the first 3 hours, each hour it's only going up $1. Is that too much?
Well, okay, that's different from what you were telling me at the other work session. It was 2 hours, $2, $2.
No, I'm looking on the fee schedule. I'm not looking on that thing. That's why I'm asking for clarification, okay? Because I'm looking at what's redlined in the fee schedule, and it looks like to me it's $2 an hour for each of the hours of the first 3 hours. Am I correct?
Yeah, Mr. Cheney, could you respond, please?
Yes, initially we had the 2 hours, but we heard the feedback and we changed it to the 3.
Okay, so that's why I wanted to ask your feedback right now, since you're here. Okay, I can't fix what happened in the past, but as long as you're here, it seems like to me we ought to go over this fee schedule with you and get as much feedback from you as possible. You've stuck with us all evening, and so, so what do you think of that?
That's much better. And then what is the second?
So then the next band, the next band, the fourth and the fifth hour are each $5 a piece. What do you think about that price?
Okay, I was thinking it went to $4, but you're saying it goes to $5.
I'm just telling you what's in the fee schedule. I'm just trying to get your feedback. Is that too much or too little? Or about right?
I would prefer a little. I think this experiment should be done in a way that the smallest increment happens as possible, so you don't scare people that want to stay here and enjoy a meal and shopping.
Okay, so.
So no, I don't agree with the $5.
Okay, so the way I was kind of going over it earlier, and maybe you don't appreciate this, but I was trying to figure out from the standpoint of if I was going to stay for 4 hours, what I'd have to be putting in the machine. And so as I understand it, okay, that would be $6, plus on that 4th hour would be another $5. So how does that feel to you in terms of that?
I think that's too much of a jump.
Okay, it's too much of a jump. Okay, all right. So the fee schedule right now, each hour for the first 3 hours, the proposal before us tonight is $2, correct, staff? Okay. Then the next 4th and the 5th hour, okay, are $5 each one of those hours.
As I said, I think that's too much of a
You
jump.
think that's too much?
That'll knock people out.
Okay. And then are you sitting upright for this one? Okay. All right. I'm going to drop the final thing, all right, which is each additional hour, the 6th and above, is $10 an hour.
You're just asking to knock people out of our town that might want to spend. I don't know why you think people just hang out.
What I'm asking for
I think it's too much of a jump.
What I'm asking for is some concrete things from you in terms of in that 4th and the 5th hour, right off the bat, you said you were uncomfortable with that jump to $5. Do you have a proposal for us?
I would jump it to 4 at the most, and then 5 or 6 for the last ones.
Okay.
I've listened to so many business owners that are shocked that you're about to raise the fees in this progressive order in a way that is going to be shocking to visitors, especially anyone that's visit from our region, that they're going to come down here and go, what happened overnight to this town? Why am I not welcome to come spend my money here anymore? There's free parking lots just around the corner, and there are places in that old Colorado City that has restaurants, galleries, and shops that are just as enticing as ours.
Mm-hmm.
And to make our fees way beyond competitive to our next door neighbor, we're going to lose people coming to our town, especially ones that have come here many a year.
Okay, so I guess from my standpoint, you're comfortable with the first 3 hours, which is a $2 increment each hour for the first 3?
I think almost all business owners would be.
Would think that's okay.
That's just my opinion.
Okay, all right. So help me here in terms of, I think you gave me some clues that the 4th and the 5th hour, you were more comfortable with $4 for each one of those hours. Is that true?
If we're going to do a jump, yes.
Okay, all right. And then, hold on to your seat here, the 6th hour and beyond is $10 each additional hour. Do you think there's very many people that fit in that category that are here for 6 hours?
That's a hard question for me to answer. I mean,
I'm just asking for your business experience.
Again, it's hard for me to say because I don't. What's hard for me is that you had someone here that has parking lot experience at the last time, that knows what people say and what they're going to plan on doing. What I heard from her is that they almost all stay 4 to 5 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who'd like to speak to council? Okay.
Hi there, Jenna Gallus, 106 Spencer Avenue, Manitou. I just want to say I know there's a lot of work that was put into this, so thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for hearing me out for just a few moments, just to say what I think. I agree with Julia on some of her points. As a resident, business owner, and also employee of the Chamber, I have the unique experience of seeing people that visit this town, understand why they're visiting and for various lengths of time, reasons. Also see them on the street, see their habits, see what they do. I also understand that the demographic that does tend to come visit our town is not one of more affluent society that comes from, more of the middle class, lower middle class folks that come to play the penny arcade with their kids, folks that I think would be a little shocked at the price rate for parking increase. I do appreciate that the $2 an hour for the 3 hours is something that was agreed upon. I think that is great. My recommendation or suggestion would be that there is a maximum per day for anybody that wants to come. So I know that's not something that I've heard as part of this conversation, and I would just suggest that you consider maybe $15 a day as a maximum, so we're not having somebody come to town and stays a little bit longer because the kids want to play at the park, and then they find that they've spent $40 on their parking. So just my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Shada?
Can I walk down my list with you, please, the way I did with Julia?
Have at it.
Okay. All right. How are you for the first 3 hours being $2 an hour?
I think that's great.
Okay. How about for the 4th hour, if that's a $5 whack?
I'm comfortable with the 4th and 5th hour at $5 with a maximum of $15 for the day.
Okay. So in other words, you get very uncomfortable when we get to the 6th hour. The 6th hour is $10, and then the 7th hour is another $10. So you're suggesting that we have some kind of maximum at about $15. Is that your proposal?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I might mention also that part of the strategy here is to encourage people to come here, but not to use the parking space all day, to do customer turnover. And basically, who benefits from that? Well, our hope is that the retailers would benefit from that. So I realize that this is maybe a little bit counterintuitive to some people, but that's part of the reasoning. And I've gotten some feedback from people that say, yeah, I had somebody who was parked here. They were for an hour. They left, someone else came in, we had good sales, we had fresh blood, people with fresh money to come in and buy, and the experience that merchant had a lot of times was that he'd have somebody parked there to go do the incline. He'd lose, that parking space be tied up for 4 or 5 hours. So there's several mechanisms here we're trying to do to make it available for people who need long-term parking. They can go to Hiawatha, if they want to be down in the business district. That's great, and probably, this strategy is designed to accommodate them, but also to help turn over and improve situations for retailers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate that, and I do understand the thinking and the thought process behind that. Also, in the back of my head, I can't get rid of this designation we received last year for being the 3rd friendliest city. And it doesn't seem a whole lot of friendly to me with this stark change, I think, for folks. I think more of a gradual change might have eased it a little bit. I do understand that turnover, and certainly from the business perspective. And I would like to see that this can accomplish that goal. I still would want to make sure that we remain that friendly city that people want to visit. And also, while I'm thinking of it, I know this is something that is maybe more of a pilot or a temporary, or let's see what happens. And I wondered if there was an end date that there was in mind for a reevaluation of this program.
I think it's the plan is it's quarterly review.
Okay.
Is that correct, Mr. Cheney?
The quarterly is for the pricing, but there was not an end date for the pilot from council.
Okay.
That I recall.
Okay. Mr. Shada.
I'm an engineer, but I also don't mind experimenting. And so, Mr. Cheney, if this ended up not working the way we thought, how quickly could we undo this?
Well, the nice part about this program, it's just a computer and it's just changing. and putting out the information.
Is that a few days, a week? What is it? Just give me a...
30 days.
Okay, thank you.
So, Kevin, you want to weigh in on that? Kevin?
Faster? Okay. Kevin says even faster, but I would say 30 days max.
Okay. Kevin, could you give us a response?
As Mr. Cheney said, this being computer-based, if I had a guideline to go off for what the rates were going to go back to, this could be done in a matter of hours.
Okay, good. Thank you, sir. Roy?
Yeah, again, I think we're missing a key component, and I just want to make sure it's understood when we gave our presentation. For local customers, we have the Pass Card program. So they can purchase a Pass Card, and their hourly rate is $1.50 an hour. And that's the idea, is to the local customers can get still a good deal, because, that's important, and they live here. The other pricing is, really when it comes down to the visitors that come in town that do have exposable income, they come in here for a short period of time. And I know that whether emails or even from the parking attendants, they say a lot of people laugh at our rates. I mean, they're very low. But the idea is get turnover there, and that turnover is going to help businesses, like you mentioned. But the Pass Card is to help businesses with their repeat customers, and that would be implemented at the same time. So,
great, thank you. Well, Council, we've heard from city staff, we've heard from the public. We have a resolution before us for updating the universal fee schedule.
Can I throw something in really quick?
Okay, I'm sorry, okay, okay, Kevin, what's up?
Shemi Shlomo wanted me to remind the council that this vote will not affect the Wichita or Shmishny lot, as Metro District controls those lots and has not heard our proposal yet. That is scheduled for their April 13th meeting.
Thank you. Okay, good point. Good point. Thanks. Okay. Sorry, Natalie, I think you had your hand up.
Well, it feels a little delayed now, but I just know when we were talking about timing, when a couple of the business owners I've spoken to have said that they would rather delay implementation so that they have a couple months of the summer and then implement a little later, as opposed to implementing earlier and then ending it halfway through. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, thank you. Nancy, do you have something?
I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
I move that we approve resolution number 0622, a resolution updating the universal fee schedule as presented. I feel we've had, this is our fourth session on this, and it's a data-based, research-based proposal. It can be quickly responded to. I am sensitive to the concerns that are out there about it, but I have been convinced by our discussions, the bulk of our discussions, that this will, in all likelihood, improve congestion issues, turnover issues, et cetera, et cetera. So,
thank you. So we have a motion. I will make the second. Okay. Any discussion? Judith?
This question's for Kevin. I know that the plan is to report back to council in 3 months, which would be August, mid-August. Is that right? But I assume you're going to be gathering data in real time. Is it possible to get a report in a month to know how it's going? I mean, I can imagine that we're going to find out if there's some people that are upset, because we tend to get emails about that, or we'll get feedback about that. But could you give us monthly reports, or is that just not I'm really conflicted because I hear the business community, and it feels like, especially that hour 6 and beyond, seems like it really is the nail biter. On the other hand, the Roy and you and the Mobility and Parking Board have done your research and brought and spent many hours on this. So I don't want to negate the expertise that you bring. So anyway, just a question about if we can get feedback sooner.
With the data system we'll have, we'll be able to get, probably in 30 days. I don't know how, with 30 days is not a lot of time to have data, but we could definitely have that percentage of, occupancy from the lots and from on-street. Probably 30 days minimum. But again, I just don't know that's enough time to judge them.
Meaning, like, give us a report every 30 days. Is that
we can definitely.
Possible? Just so we can, because really Memorial Weekend, is really when we kick in. So if we're not getting a report back until mid-August, I really want to be sensitive to the business community and their concerns, but also respecting your expertise.
Well, we can definitely give it 30 days, 15 days. I mean, again, accuracy of that amount of time, it's just not enough time to know the effects maybe, but we definitely can do 30 days to kind of see what's happening. I mean, it doesn't hurt to look at it. So we can do that, and with our technology, we can do that.
And as much as possible, we'll compare it to last year. So we'll see what data we have from last year and compare it to what we're doing this year, so you have a comparison.
And that isn't imposing a tremendous burden on staff?
No, it's the system, we've made it so we can do it as easy as possible and have that data, because we know it's important for the businesses and the community, if it's working. So we didn't want to just do it and then have to wait 3 years for data, because that's how hard it would be. So this is pretty instant as we can get. You're welcome.
And I would just like to add to Denise's point, we do have historical transaction data that we can compare very easily.
Mr. Shada.
This is one of the cases where I'm really uninterested in all this data, and I'll tell you why. To me, and Roy, you tell me if I'm wrong, what this is supposedly designed to do by the science, if we put this into effect next week, because of the pricing messages, not that we've had a big Facebook campaign, okay? The pricing message at the kiosk that has these rates, 2, 2, 2, 5, 5, 10, 10, and so on, right? Okay? That this, according to this expert, is telling us that we ought to be able to walk down the street at any time during peak and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 open parking spot, right? That would be 10%. That's kind of low. Isn't this what we're being told? It'll be 15%, right?
Right. We're shooting anywhere from, at this point, we're looking at, the 90, probably 90, 92% is what we were trying to do initially.
So was it fair that I just picked 10% as opposed to 15? That's more conservative,
sure,
right?
Yes, it's still open spots.
So my point is, I don't know as I want to see a bunch of graphs and charts. If you're a visitor coming to town, and if this works the way we're being told that this is going to work, in any 1 hour, every 10th parking space, roughly, okay, is somebody's leaving, and there's room for somebody else to come in. From my standpoint, that's how I'm going to measure this. I'm not interested in all the graphs and charts. I want to see whether it happens right here out on the street with that. Because if it doesn't happen like that out on the street like that, okay, all these graphs and charts are meaningless to me. So what this is supposed to design to do is to get people moving after kind of hour 2, hour 3, certainly that hour 4, okay, that has that jump, okay? It's kind of designed to, am I, tell me, Mr. Cheney, if I'm wrong on this.
That's correct. No, that's correct.
Okay.
It's the elasticity of price. So with parking, that's big. And
so there
as
shouldn't be
people
any
go into
learning,
that
I
fifth
guess,
hour, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump over you.
No, it's just that
apologize.
you're 100% right. So because it gets so large, it really does have an effect where people say, you know what, I'm leaving after the 3rd hour or 4th hour.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, and I realize the components of this are different in some of our parking lots that have a lot of permit parking, okay? So that's going to change kind of the packing rate in terms of who's there longer because they have a permit to be there all day. But it seems like to me, for the on-street parking, we ought to be able to see this manifesting itself in, should be pretty obvious in 2 weeks, because there's nothing that has to be, there's no learning curve with this, okay? What the communication mechanism supposedly is there's going to be this little decal on the parking kiosks that show that when you get to hour 4, the machine wants $11 from you, okay? And in theory anyway, people who don't want to stay for 4 hours and pay $11 are going to choose the 3-hour package for $6, and they'll leave after 3 hours. And we will supposedly have a 10% open rate. It's not like there's some learning curve. I think we all know that people who are coming into town here from Kansas, they're not reading on Facebook what our parking rates are, okay? They don't have that in their hand. They haven't written that down, okay? So from my standpoint, that's how I'm going to measure whether this works, is when I walk down the street in the first 2 weeks, every 10th parking space better be somebody leaving, okay? And if it isn't, I have to give you guys the bad news. Mr. Cheney would probably tell us we haven't set the rates as aggressively as we should. I think what you guys need to ask is this what we want? Is that type of availability of parking and people coming and going? Because that's what this system is designed to do.
Can I just comment a little bit on that? So that is correct. However, and the right price is important. We don't know how close we are to that. It is possible that we see, a 70% occupancy rate, which then the price will have to go down. So you really have, so it does take a little time to see where it's at. Everything does. It's no instant anything, but also we should be able to tell, in a few months if we're having some impact. But again, it could go down because we're a little too high, and it could go down in zone 2, and up in zone 1 in downtown, because downtown is still at 100% occupied. So that's how we will measure that. And I understand visually, trying to see how many spots, that we have some spots open. It always won't be perfect every 10, but there should be spots available for people to use at all times, and that's 100% right, yes. And that is a good way to kind of look to see, because if you're driving and you don't find a spot, you're going to cruise. So that is an important part of the visuals.
And that's why I was asking, is my scheme of figuring out whether this is working on the ground, is that a reasonable thing? If I walk past 30 parking spaces, should I not anticipate at least one of those being free?
You should see some free spaces, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did Michelle and then Denise.
I still don't really quite understand how this progressive rate is going to free up parking spots. Because on Saturday and Sunday, you are at 100% occupancy from 11 o'clock to 6 p.m. So you have your people, whether they're residents or tourists, who specifically come in here for coffee, breakfast, whatever, and they leave. And then you have those who have soccer games, sports activities, whatever, in the morning, they're done, shower, come here, eat lunch, play at the Penny Arcade. Those are the people that are going to be spending the 4 to plus hours, right? But I still don't quite understand how it's not going to free up any spots. I live downtown Manitou. I will not find a parking spot. None of us, none of the residents that live in downtown Manitou will be able to find a spot between 11 o'clock and 6 p.m.
Thank you. Denise?
I just wanted to say, I think when Mr. Shader, when you walk down, it's not just on the street, it's the parking lots too. So it's the Cannon parking lot and making sure that because that becomes part of that entire group. So it's not just on the street parking.
I know what I'm saying is those lots have a high degree of permit use, and those people stay likely longer, okay? And so what I'm saying is the number of cars that are there to have this 15% operating against, some of these cars have more lead weight in them, is my point. And so I would be anticipating that we're not going to see this high a turnover rate in the parking lots. I'm just asking Roy whether he would concur, or whether I'm thinking that sometimes I get things mixed up upside down.
It's hard to say. I think that when you're looking at prime parking, you know, you have those people are going to try to find those nearest spots. And so it is a possible, like for Cannon Lot, maybe pretty close to 100%. But I want to, maybe I'll do an extreme price. Let's say we go $30 an hour. How many people are going to park for more than an hour or park at all? So the whole pricing scheme here is to encourage that choice as you go longer, that, you know, I'm not going to stay there for 6 hours. I'm going to leave after 3 hours. And then that spot opens. And it really, in parking, as you can tell, even a small increase, people are sensitive to. So it doesn't take always a lot to make that happen. And the goal is not to charge more if we don't have to. But if we need to increase it or decrease it, you know, that will start to be evident, as you stated earlier, in visually and even from data. We'll have data as well that shows that things are going up or down a little bit. But the parking lots are a little bit the unknown. When we had Interstate Parking come down and do that research over the weekend, a busy weekend, and again, the lots, we don't control all the lots, so a lot will depend on the Metro District, but their Wichita lot was 100% occupied. Basically, they feel that Cannon and that one have to be treated as an on-street price because they're just packed. They're packed to the rim. And the idea at the end of the day is that everyone really has a right to find a parking spot. And, you know, it's like we went from free. The reason they went from free was because we were at max capacity. We haven't found the right price yet, and that's why we're back to where we were. I don't know if it ever got better when they went from free to pricing, but we're currently there where we can show on data that we're 100% occupied. So at some point, some people are going to say, you know, I'm going to leave a little earlier and open up the spot for people, and that's kind of what we're trying to get at with this.
Okay, thank you. The motion and the second on the floor is to approve the resolution for the fee structure. I think we've drifted off a little bit. I realize parking is inextricably tied to this, but do we have any more discussion relative to the fee structure? Can we move towards a vote? Okay, seeing no objections, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of adopting the fee structure by resolution, say aye. Or vote green. All opposed, vote red.
Okay, we have a 4, oh gosh, it just disappeared here. 4-2 vote in favor, and it just disappeared on me on this thing. So I don't know who it was that voted no. I apologize. Okay, thank you. that helps.
All right, okay, thank you. So the motion is adopted. Okay, the fun part of the evening is coming to an end. Let's
Mayor,
go to, yeah.
I'm sorry, may I just make a statement? I think it's really, we have 2 alternates right now available on the MAPS board. And I would really encourage that we do get somebody from the business community that lives here to apply for that, because they may not be able to vote, but they will be able to be part of all the conversations, and if somebody's gone, they could vote. So that would be very important. And then also we'll send always, we can look at trying to make sure that the chamber is aware of when the meetings are so that they can attend and have conversations too as we move forward. But we do have 2 alternates.
Okay, good point. Thank you, Denise. That's helpful. Okay, thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Have a good evening.
Okay. Okay, next item, receive or act on council correspondence. Anybody have anything? Natalie?
So for the current budget retreat is scheduled for June 26th. And my parents just announced that they're going to celebrate their 50th wedding anniversary that day in Chicago. So I am not going to be available to participate. So I'm wondering if council would consider rescheduling.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, I am. I'm available on the 11th, 12th, and 5th of June.
I would go for the 5th or the 12th, please.
Okay, Sunday the 12th. Denise, would that?
Yeah, I think we can make all that work. That's only a week or so in advance. The 5th was going to be tough to try to get everything completed, but the 12th I think we can make work.
So will the 12th work with everybody?
Thank you so much for working with me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, are there any objections to the 12th? Okay, let's do it the 12th. Actually, that moves things up 2 weeks, and I don't think that would hurt, to get some things done. Maybe we actually do something someday. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Judith? I'm sorry, and then Nancy.
I think you had your, okay. So Julia, right, I think she actually left. I did read her email, and there was another business person who was here the 29th, and I didn't get her name, who was quite upset that they didn't get a chance to speak. And I also, Mr. Tim Hawes sent us an email. I think he mentioned that he was wanting to speak. So I understand that work sessions are work sessions, and we typically don't allow discussion. However, Julie is right. In the past, we have made some exceptions. And I think that this council either needs to put it out there up front to people that we absolutely do not take discussion, or we have to make a decision to allow people to speak, because there have been community members that have been very confused and upset. And on the 29th, there were several people that were expressed their upset to me that they didn't get a chance to.
Okay. I guess I'm the one who's responsible for that, and it's been my policy that the general public does not speak during a work session. The rationale for that is that the work session belongs to City Council. That's our time and our opportunity to talk and work over problems. Now, almost invariably, we have, some experts, someone presenting, staff members, the drill. Occasionally, we have individuals from our boards and commissions. In a sense, these are all subject matter experts who we rely on to get the work done. I'm trying to search my mind. I try to be very consistent on this, because I do realize that if I let somebody speak, then it's unfair not to let somebody speak on the next time. So I am sensitive to this. In a perfect world, we would all speak our democratic ways, and that's something that it takes a lot of time. I mean, we could spend every day, every minute in meetings, and in Manitou, we would hear more and more opinions.
Mayor, I have a suggested
No, let
solution.
me finish, Judith.
Okay.
Now, one of the things, remember that this is your meeting. You talk, people, I impose very few restrictions on members of city council. People go back and talk again. It would not be out of order. It would be consistent in many places where a person on a board would speak only twice, once and then twice. So you get 2 bullets. Once you're done, you're out of ammunition. We could do that. Many councils will set a time limit, okay? You get 5 minutes, 2 5-minute periods, maybe you get 10 minutes total, okay? I don't think that really works in Manitou. I don't think that serves the needs of council. But if we're going to sit here and talk, okay, then we just better plan on being here till 4 in the morning. If you want to be here till 4 in the morning, my only job as mayor, I can be here till 4 in the morning and I can come in the next day. It's not fair to the staff who have to get up and give direction to other members of the city to interact with the public. It's not fair to them to drag them in late. So it's up to you. If you want to spend more time and have more conversation, we can do it. Okay?
I have a simple solution I think would work.
Okay.
That perhaps on work sessions that we just, Mayor, maybe you could state, this is a work session, and just inform people, just remind them that this is our time to work, just so they know, because I've also gotten some concerns about when people get up to speak on non-agenda items and we typically don't respond. So I'm sure you have all gotten feedback from those scenarios. So I understand the frustration of the public on work sessions, so maybe we could just state, this is a work session, a general reminder that we don't take comments from the public, and then we don't take comments from the public. So,
okay.
And we'd be consistent with that.
Okay, that's a good point. Judy, anytime people I think you probably indicated that's our policy, but if you would continue to do so, that would be good. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you, Judith. That's a constructive comment. Anything else for council correspondence? Okay. Let's go on to Mr. Cheney.
And let's let council know that Jeff Jones is obtaining bids for the neighborhood street repairs paving, so we're starting to move on that. The rear diagonal parking striping will begin April 11th and run through the 15th. And we're currently going to begin working on bicycle wayfinding signs, especially coming out of Colorado Springs into Manitou, because right now it kind of just stops and no one knows where to bike. So we're going to try to work on that. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Denise?
Yeah, I also want to mention that we are going to do a pilot study on street sweeping and really trying to get that done more often. So we're going to be contracting that out. We just don't have the staff or the personnel. So we're going to test that this summer and see how it goes. So just to let you know, one for mobility purposes and for stormwater, because we have stormwater issues, as you all know, whenever it rains. A couple of other things. Tomorrow, coffee with the school resource officer at Red Dog at 8 a.m. So that's tomorrow morning with our school resource officer. April 11th, the police department is doing the counterfeit currency business meeting, and Roy will also be talking about parking with them. So that's April 11th at 8:30 here. I do want to mention, we just got an email, April 20th, the COG is having their community meeting. So that's April 20th. The COG is having their community meeting at the COG Depot at 5 p.m. April 21st, coffee with the city administrator here at 7 a.m. April 21st, the police department have their community meeting in the Engelman district at 5 p.m. April 23rd is Chipper Days, and April 30th is the Great American Cleanup, and then May 14th is Dumpster Days. So I'll keep mentioning these every meeting, but I just want to make sure I mention them tonight as we go forward for those upcoming meetings. Yes, Natalie?
Where do we take things for Chipper Day, and then where are the dumpsters set up?
The dumpsters, I believe there's going to be one at Public Works and I believe one at Shriver, but I will confirm that so that you can just dump them off at both of those locations. And Chipper Day, it's Public Works. You take it up to Public Works and then they're working on chipping it all the way through.
Good, thank you. Okay, well, we have 3 executive sessions scheduled now. Let me read the 3, and then I'll call for a motion to move into executive session. First item, an executive session to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, develop a strategy for negotiations, and instruct negotiators pursuant to Section 5.1D of the City of Manitou Springs Home Rule Charter concerning the acquisition of property near Serpentine Drive. The second item, an executive session for determined positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators pursuant to Section 5.1D of the City of Manitou Springs Home Rule Charter concerning the potential conveyance of real property to Emerald Fields to address a parking encroachment issue. The third item, an executive session for determined positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators pursuant to Section 5.1D of the City of Manitou Springs Home Rule Charter concerning agreements with private property owners for additional public parking spaces. So I'd entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, vote. Did we just probably do a show of hands or okay? Okay, we have a show of hands, I think, here. All in favor? I think that's okay. Thanks. Okay, so we will, let's see. Carson? 5 minutes? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and hit it. So 10:30.